Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Julius, and hi, Julie. Fortune Cookie says, "Good things are coming." Let's go real time. Yeah, I think so. But uh, I got my calendar out. We'll look at. Hey, good morning, Julie Kim. Uh, yeah. Anyway, I hear some noise outside, so I'm hesitating because I thought somebody might be knocking on my door, but they're not, so that's good. I didn't want anybody to. All right, let's see. Okay. Um, of course, Railtown's down today, down 2 cents at 43 cents. Fingers down 3 cents. GDC at 152. GDC's down. GDC's down more than G Bucks is worth. That must be I don't. I'm surprised. Anyway, it's down. GDC's down 19 cents at 438. G Bucks is 1721, down a somewhat. Soundhound is up, but Railtown is down, and I attribute it mostly to, of course, well, the last trade I show is at 10:15. There must have been more trades since then. But anyway, it's relatively low volume. I would imagine that it's fewer than 5,000 shares have traded below 44 cents. But they hit the bid. Someone had to be out of 3,100 shares on the bid. And it gets it in the red. Does the same tricks to us, the same emotional tricks. Oh my gosh, something's wrong. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Although I do think, and it's not something I haven't pointed out to you over the last few days, but a pretty smart guy just pointed it out to me more clearly than I ever stated it. Um, they're kind of, I think it's the attorneys as far as AIP is concerned. I don't know what it can be in terms of revenue, but the company is going to start missing the fourth quarter window. Third quarter's passed us by in terms of Wall Street flows of funds and getting the story out. But the fourth quarter, it's an open issue how much more time we have in the fourth quarter. I brought my calendar, we'll go over it and try to figure it out. But you've got Thanksgiving, that's a week, at least a week. And then you've got Christmas and New Year's, and um, you've got other holidays over at the end of the year. So I would imagine, we'll check it out, that there's maybe 6 weeks left to the year. Might be fewer than that you can count on. But I know from my long ago interpretation of what goes on Wall Street, I think bonuses are made. I was never paid that way, but friends of mine were. Bonuses got calculated or at least ranked by the end of November, beginning of December, because people wanted to get paid and go on their holidays. December's a quiet month. So it's a shame, and I do put it at the feet of the attorneys. I really do. But we're headed down this road of I added it up from their law firm. Their law firm is just under 40% female, so it's still male, I guess. And I don't want to get into the debate about it. But if you want to, there's intelligent women and men who address what happens when organizations are feminized. And I would submit, I don't need the studies. I would submit when an organization is feminized, they stop focusing on production. That's my term, production. What's our goal? What are we producing? How are we getting there? Let's do it. Stop focusing on that. And I would say that's a law firm I would never hire. And I don't say it from any kind of animosity. I've hired many different attorneys, but if you want something done on time and quickly and competitively and in the framework of accomplishing so that you can move forward, and you're working because of price, and we're trying to make something, I wouldn't go to a female law firm. I know it's not very politically correct, but I said it. I would not go to a female law firm. All right, let's see how much time we have left. We have, I assume the market trades on Halloween. I assume the market trades on Halloween. So we have 4 days this week. And let me just continue, since I'm sinking myself in your mind with my boorishness. But you who are younger, it's not the way they tell you. It really isn't. It's been on a merit basis anyway, and opportunity. It's been a very level playing field for, I'd say, at least 50 years, probably 60 years. So, but somewhere along the way it morphed, and it's just, we're just not the same. We're just not the same. Sociologists have done studies on it. What happens in a matriarchy? Of course, they did it with what do you call them? Chimpanzees. So it's not exactly the same. All right, so we have 4 more days this week, and to continue my point which won't win me many friends. I don't think those attorneys are going to get the AIP deal anywhere near being announced. But it closes on the 31st. If you add, I showed it to you yesterday, the formula that was in the documents. If you add the 20-some days to the 6th when it was filed, it is the 31st. The deal is going to close on the 31st. So I think the attorneys will wait to file, hey, we got it done at midnight on the 31st or Monday. I have zero confidence that that team of attorneys has any urgency under their butt. All right, so then that gives us, we have this week basically. Then we have next week, there's election day, the market trades. So we have 1, 2, 3 weeks in November, and probably the Friday of the third week is going to be quiet. But Thanksgiving week, the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, and then maybe the 21st as well, it's going to be dead on Wall Street, completely dead. So they missed their win. I think, and I think the gentleman I spoke with makes a very good point. I think they've missed their window in terms of doing any kind of financing or blowout money raise or anything like that. They've missed it for the fourth quarter. That's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the story. But the attorneys, and I lay it on, I'll show you the attorneys again. But the attorneys took from February, they still haven't finished that deal. Telling you, I would not hire that firm. All right, so December, Christmas, Kwanzaa, and Hanukkah Hanukkah begins on the 15th, Christmas on the 25th, Kwanzaa on the 26th. Christmas comes on a Thursday, and New Year's therefore comes on a Thursday. So I think the last 2 weeks of the year, actually starting from Hanukkah onward, nothing's going to get done on Wall Street. So I think we have the first 2 weeks of December and 3 weeks in November. That's 5 weeks, and we got the rest of this week. If you want to be generous, we have 6 weeks left to the hottest season ever. It's been hot, hot, hot in the AI space. Funding rounds, acquisitions, getting the story out. You know what? They can't do anything while they wait for these attorneys. I'm going to show them to you. These are the attorneys they're waiting on as far as the AIP deal is concerned. These are the attorneys. You got this guy on the AIP side. I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. And you also have this attorney on the AIP side, who I guess I'm just too old anymore. Anyway, I don't think she's going to be pushing to get it done before Friday. And then on the Railtown side, you've got Mia Basic, Basic, Basic. Same thing. I don't think I see any urgency, along with Lisa Kokoski, partner. She's busy. She's not going to get it done. Guys, the AIP, getting that deal finished, count on it. It will close Friday, I think, based on what we went over yesterday in the paperwork. I don't see any reason why the vote's not going to get done. These 4 people are not in a hurry to let you know about it. So the soonest, I think, is a filing late Friday night, midnight and a minute, or Monday. So I think we're a week away from that. My opinion. I don't think I'm going to be surprised. So what does that leave us? It leaves revenue and revenue announcements and things like that. Well, I don't know where to begin to tell you. I think the backlog of revenue transactions is big, but do they have to wait for those attorneys? They'll be waiting for Christmas. Oh, I better not say that. They might wait for Christmas. Those attorneys have no sense of urgency. Zed, as they say in certain parts of Canada. Zed. All right, so that means we got 6 weeks to go. So if I were Corey, which I'm not, of course, I would just plan on working hard for these 6 weeks. Maybe he can work 8 weeks on bringing in revenue. I don't think that, I think they've missed the Wall Street window for the 4th quarter for financings and all of that. So I think that has to be put off to the 1st quarter. Luckily, the attorneys don't have anything else to do with it. So I think the 1st quarter could be when you see some sort of financing or some sort of potential push from the Wall Street side. But that, anyway, that's just where we are. It's very frustrating to me. I don't know how Canada ever won World War II. Oh, they didn't? Well, sometimes I wonder how we did it, because I'm not sure. I'm just not sure what the effectiveness is anymore of our country. I'm not down about it, but you got to be aware that they've kind of missed the boat for the 3rd and 4th quarter, and I lay the blame on the attorneys. But something's going on out there. Anyway, let's see how the stock's trading. 43 to 44, 25,000 by 20,000. 0.0244. It's 43 cents. 132,000 shares. This has given us a chance to build up our positions, which are great. Somebody just traded 25,000 at the bid, 43.06. And the bid's 43. So somebody, I don't know, I wasn't watching. I don't know if the bid went up slightly. But you could say, wow, that's a lot for sale. You can also say somebody just took all of that. They stepped up and bought it all. So it's pretty large ticket um, that got absorbed right away. And I bet the shorts are disappointed by that. I don't know what's going on outside. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, but it is loud. All right, I give me your share updates. I didn't. You can tell how much I really want to get in there on that spreadsheet. I'm scared of erasing everything, but I will get it done. Even I probably just start all over, which it means I have to. I don't know how I do it. Print it. I don't know. I guess they're working on the road. You know, I was watching. We have to say our prayers for Jamaica. There's some young men there. I mean, they're probably in their 30s, fishermen and etc. And they're kind of hanging out down there. They're in this safe harbor area. But if that, it looks like the eye's going to go to the left of them, which is good in the sense it won't be destroying everything and just leaving nothing. I mean, you're talking that eye, you probably have gusts of wind strong. You have gusts of wind, I think, stronger than a jet engine in that eye and at the edge of the eye. And so at least it won't come in through that fisherman's town there, but they'll be on the right side of it. So that it could be 15, 20 feet of water. And they have nowhere to go. I don't know why they don't go up in the mountains, but they're going to ride it out. I guess they've just never experienced a, they haven't experienced this before. Sorry, just a couple of phone calls that I can't pick up. Um, Somebody just quit CBS. P. Diddy's getting out early for good behavior. I don't see anything good in his behavior. I didn't know that gold is crashed, I guess. Um, it won't stay down long, but that's one thing. When it gets in the headlines, everybody's talking about it. they do the same thing in the metals markets they do in all of our stocks. Wall Street is a big stock pool. It's just how it is. Oh God, Putin and Trump are talking up war. Qualcomm has just brought on AI data center chips, and the stock's up 20%. I remember Qualcomm was one of the big dot bomb era stocks. That's interesting. SNAP benefits expire for 41 million people. And that's going to hurt Morgan Stanley's earnings. I think the card runs through Morgan Stanley. Gold for Bitcoin plan. Futures soar. So, are we in the middle of what I've been telling you for over a year? Are we in the middle of the blow off to the top? Let's see what's the range. That's an interesting article. This is by Tyler Durden today. Sorry, he summarized it. It's by Eric Peters of One River Asset Management. And I think I met I know I met somebody from that firm. I don't think it was Eric, somebody else who knew a friend of mine. I have his card somewhere. But anyway, it's an asset management firm. The range of accepted collateral is collapsing. I think this war, everything's about collateral. He's not saying that. I am. So anyway, the Eric Peters says this. He quotes Laurent Nunez, quote unquote, priceless, said Laurent Nunez, France's mistaken interior minister, estimating the value of the collateral stolen from the second story of the Louvre. I mean, not for nothing. They had just appointed months earlier. Well, they had appointed somebody head of security because of her gender, not her skill. And the person running the whole place, they appointed on that same thing. I don't know. They switched out the cases that automatically sink down for some reason. But anyway, men make mistakes too. On a continent not known for its efficiency or entrepreneurial ambition, the robbery was breathtakingly well executed and bold. It had been over a year since Mario Draghi published his scathing European competitiveness report, and virtually nothing had changed. Naturally, the technological gap between Europe, China, and the United States expanded its widening chasm. The continent's abject failure to credibly join the AI race has left the continent so far behind that its only remaining strategy is to hope that the whole thing turns out to be a mistake. It's a Napoleonic strategy, of course. Back in the days when France matched ambition with action, Napoleon said, quote, "Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake," unquote. And it could be that AI spending is a capital misallocation of historic proportion. But Napoleon also said, quote, "I have fought 60 battles and I have learned nothing which I did not know at the beginning. Take the initiative," unquote. Anyhow, the thieves stole his jewels in a 7-minute raid, broad daylight. There's a book I read, and it describes these kind of thefts exactly. I don't know where I'll try to find it. But the getaway part, they didn't get away. In the book, in the novel, they drove. They didn't they didn't go use the airports. At least that's what I remember. Anyway, the thieves stole his jewels in a 7-minute raid, broad daylight. If just 1/10 of Parisians worked with such an initiative, or Canadians, the Chinese would be speaking French in a decade. But alas, such bursts of European productivity gains are isolated events, and the continent continues to draw down on its accumulated wealth. It is what happens to all nations that fail to take risks and fight to win. Argentina was once the world's 10th richest nation, and it struggled this week to get U.S. banks to agree to a $20 billion emergency financing. Goldman, J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, and Citi sought to back the loans with commodities like copper, uranium, and future oil revenues. Argentina's promises are now worthless. I hope we're not headed that way. And creditors are unwilling to bet that its economy will produce sufficient wealth to secure the principal and interest on the debt. You see, the capacity to produce material wealth is rare, like at that law firm. In economic terms, this capacity is the only thing that is truly priceless. Everything else is just collateral. That's interesting point. That's his spin on Alcider McLeod's argument that you should own gold. Everything else is just credit. Very interesting. Very interesting. So collateral, and the guy writing this is Eric Peters. He says, when I started as a pit trader in Chicago in 1989, we deposited cash into our clearinghouse capital account. Based on the amount deposited, we were giving trading limits for each futures and options market that was traded on that exchange. You could exceed those limits during the day for brief periods, provided you brought your positions back below your caps. But you could not exceed them on positions held overnight. If your account balance grew, your limits increased, vice versa. That was my first practical introduction to the concept of collateral. When I was bored in the commodity pit, I'd sit on the steps, pull out a novel, and time travel to another world. Once I read The Pearl by John Steinbeck. It's an utterly tragic story that explores greed, corruption, good, evil, and ultimately how wealth tests human character. At the center of the story is a pearl of an unusual size and beauty. In many places throughout history, collateral of this sort could have secured loans, funded productive projects that in turn lifted the prosperity of a community, but not in this place and time. The pearl destroyed its owner. I guess I'll never read that book. I read Joseph Conrad in the pit. That's a tough task. Nostromo is his masterpiece about a silver mine. Oh, I'd like to read that. In a fictional South American country. If you read one book as an aspiring emerging market investor, it should be this. It provided my first glimpse into the value of silver as collateral. Interesting. I learned the importance of being able to ship a commodity from its place of production. And I learned of the complications that arise from the fact that mines cannot be transported. Ownership can be transferred, but it requires government assent. Which inevitably leads to corruption. Ivory trading is elemental to Conrad's book, The Heart of Darkness, tough book to read, but it's much more. Commodities are always valuable if they can be transported to places where they can be exchanged. They have value as collateral, providing they can be secured by creditors. But in our markets, we hypothecate them. So I don't think our markets are safe for investors. But there are other sources of value in the world. Conrad explored the value of the savagery that comes from purity of purpose, stripped of moral compromise, compassion. This terrifying power periodically overwhelms the value of anything but mobile forms of collateral gold, gemstones. Until late February 2022, when the EU froze 200 billion euros of Russian assets, the range of things that could be used as collateral had grown inexorably, including, I'm saying that, all the rehypothecation of every piece of junk. In a rules-based global trading system at peace, virtually any, this is the key point here, at peace, virtually any form of collateral could be secured by contracts that were honored by the rule of law. Even silver mines could be secured. But as that world recedes, exactly, and we return to the law of the jungle, war, or a world which is not led by the United States, it has there's a vacuum of leadership. The range of that, those are my thoughts right then. When we return to the law of the jungle, the range of collateral that will be widely accepted must narrow, as it is doing now. We see this first in gold, digital assets, but the process has only just begun. There are many ways throughout history that collateral has been confiscated and compromised. Silver mines shift hands as governments come and go. Bribes are paid, extortion extracted, companies nationalized, funds frozen, and the wind blows right to left and back again. Taxes on wealth and income rise, contractual rights are negated, regulations are used to extort, the rich are imprisoned and sometimes red-drummed. And the greatest form of confiscation has been via default, which comes either explicitly or more typically and implicitly through inflation. That's power. That article didn't end the way it started. That was a powerful article. Says a lot in there. Says a lot of there in there. See, this is funny. Germany is blowing up the last nuclear power plant towers, and I actually agree with them. I think we should stay away from nuclear power. It's insanity what we're doing under the atmosphere. We're creating new elements that we can't smell, see, hear, feel, unless we touch them and die. And I think Fukushima Daiichi has finished the Pacific Ocean and perhaps much of the northern hemisphere. Yet we still go down this insane road. I think it would be, one of the new ideas is to drill deep, a mile deep into the ground and put miniature nuclear reactors down there. I think a couple things. One, let's use less energy if we can, but that we're not headed that way. And two, what about geothermal power? But just because we can't taste the radioactivity in the sake we drink coming in from Japan doesn't mean it's not there, and then it's in your body, and all you need is just one little buckyball to lodge in a kidney or a liver, and your time on the planet is reduced. But it changes DNA. It'll change the world we live on. All those happy puppy dogs, it'll affect them. I'm proud of Germany for leaving nuclear power behind, but they should have replaced it maybe with something. But it may be we all have to learn to live consuming less power and live a less greedy life. Anyway, sorry for getting off track. Let's go back to the price. Railtown is 43.7, 43 to 44. The volume is now 147,920. 125 shares have traded since the 25,000 shares went off. And I can't explain the time I'm seeing. It must be wrong. It says 10:15. That just has to be wrong. So it's 43.7. Again, I'm just trying to fill the time. I don't think those attorneys have any sense of urgency. So you will not see, in my judgment, you will not see anything happen regarding AIP's hookup with Railtown until the deal closes, which you and I both read last night. I forget the exact number of days. October 6th plus something, 25 days. That's Friday. It'll close on Friday. Then we'll hear about it. So we're almost there. In terms of announcements about enterprise sales agreements, revenues, it seems like those are being held up by that AIP announcement, but maybe not. Maybe it's just they're so busy. After the good thing, October, it wasn't the 6th, it was a couple of days later. But the good thing by announcing that LOI, let's call it, of the acquisition, not the completion, but it was essentially announcing the intent to complete, subject to things that I don't think are a problem. It did allow the company to get started on its revenue transactions. When do we hear about them? I don't know. I really don't know. Does it have to wait till the merger is complete, or can it come this week? I understand politeness and being gentlemen, and everybody in Canada gets along, but I would tell my attorneys I'm announcing revenue, or I'm announcing deals that maybe they don't announce revenue, but I'd get started. He's got 6 weeks, and I hope he announces at least a dozen, if not 20 deals between now and the end of the year. And that's how he can have a bang up January, February, March. If he allows attorneys to tie him up as they deal with their feelings, we're just that was unfair of me. I've known some very tough female attorneys who couldn't care less about my feelings. So, but I just don't know what to tell you. I cannot understand what has taken Railtown 10 months to do virtually nothing visibly. Virtually nothing visibly. I can't explain that. I'm not unenthusiastic about the company. I think you got guys that almost as a sign of genius started this process early, and they've created something that's going to create magnificent returns, but they're deciding to be polite to a group of attorneys who need a swift kick in the rear end, best I can tell, or a boot out the door. Go hire an attorney from New York City. Anyway, let me see what your comments are. Hi, John. How are you from sunny California? I read all about platinum the other day, but you weren't here, I guess. But it does sound like platinum's about to have its heyday. Eh? Hey, Donna. Good afternoon. John Croissant. What do you think about the move in platinum since I told you it was under? Very impressive, and you were right. And if I had to guess, it's not over yet with any of these. I think a lot of the move is currency devaluation, which I think the dollar can snap back. The dollar's not going to go over. Look, when the BRICS create a bond market and a Fed, get back to me then. But until the BRICS have a bond market, a Fed, and a military, and BlackRock, just kidding. The dollar, until then, the dollar is still going to have probably the preeminent role in finance. But at some point it's going to switch. And I think all the precious metals have a lot higher to go, John. I do think that platinum and silver, my favorite, I've been not talking about any of them while I've been focused on Railtown. But I have to admit, I'm getting to the point where I can see why Canada is an ineffectual power on the global stage. I love Canadians. When you travel, they're the best. But can they actually get anything done? I know, only need is done. The last trade, 2,600 shares at 0.435. So we're down 2 cents in a stock, in my judgment, that should be trading at $5, $6, $7 or higher right now. The key is they can't tell the story. They can't do anything while they wait on these attorneys. I know a couple of attorneys here in DC would get that done overnight. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be very DEI. It wouldn't, somebody's feelings would get hurt. I guess that's going to be the tension for the future. Do we produce things? Do we compete? Or do we make sure everyone feels good? I don't know. The great experiment. If there's a history, when they look back on it, they're going to say, what captured their mind? I've noticed in my own, I'm old now, so I've known a lot of people, but I've noticed that people in careers who happen to be women, there's always exceptions, of course, but when you've met enough, you can maybe talk about a broader connection. But as women make money, a lot of money, and I would argue it's questionable whether it's not questionable. It's very clear there's been a thumb on the scale, so to speak, for decades to help them out. Whatever, I'm not going to judge it. But these very same women who make all this money and they rail against men and the competitive man and the men who were hard. None of them want to marry a man that's not making more money than they are. That's the hardest thing to understand. When you change roles for one group of people, whether or not they can do the job or not, just pell-mell promote them, screw the training and the years and length of service, just get it done because it'll be better. Okay. Well, then you don't create a role for the men. So you got all these underutilized men out there. No one wants to marry them because they don't make as much. It's very womanist thinking. But you can tell I'm distracted today. There's nothing to talk about. The stock is dead in the water. There's no news out of Railtown. I believe Railtown's worth $4, $5, $6, $7, $8, $9 a share now. I think Railtown, story properly told, is worth $1 billion, $1.5 billion, $2 billion in market cap right now. If you compare it to private companies that just got funded, but we're beholden to a bunch of chicks and one guy not so sure. It's very frustrating. If you can't tell that I'm frustrated, well, let me see if I can find that stock. Let's see, that's not it. Is it here? Yeah, Lang Chang. Let me see if I can find Lang Chang. Uh-oh, I better be careful. I'll read it to you. I have it here to show you, but I showed you the other day. But this article appeared in SiliconANGLE, written by Mariah Deutscher. Langchang Inc., a startup that helps developers build artificial intelligent agents. That's what Railtown does. But Railtown, I think, is far ahead of this, Langchang Inc. But it's a big market. You could have competitors. Anyway, they raised $125 million in funding at a $1.25 billion investment valuation. Fortune reported today that IVP led a Series B investment. It was joined by Alphabet's growth stage fund, also ServiceNow Ventures, Workday Ventures, Cisco Investments, Datadog, Databricks, and several others. Sorry, Langchang develops an open source. See, I think that's different than Railtown. Railtown is targeted language, but an open source AI agent development tool of the same name. The software enables engineers to implement agents with as little as 10 lines of code. One of the ways Langchang speeds up the development process is by providing prepackaged building blocks that remove the need to create everything from scratch. Listening to it, I think Railtown is more powerful, but this is a different way of doing it. Another selling point of the tool is its unified application programming interface. Sounds a little like Railtown's platform. OpenAI, Anthropic, PBC, and other AI providers distribute their language models through different APIs. As a result, changing an agent's language model often requires switching it to a new API, which necessitates code changes. Langchang's unified API makes it possible to switch AI models without code changes. I think that's a different way of attacking the problem that Railtown already has solved on that. The point is, this is a startup. Railtown's been around 6 years, battle tested. But in Series B, Langchang, I don't know how much revenue they have, it doesn't say, was valued at $1.25 billion. Oh, here it is. Langchang generated between 12 million and 16 million in annualized revenue as of June this year. $12 to 16 in annualized revenue. So they've done less than that so far this year. And that's a $1.25 billion valuation. If Railtown went to $1.25 billion without rolling up any companies yet, because then they'd make the mistake that Logic made, and they went to $1.25 billion with 222 million shares outstanding, with twos all the way through. That's a $5.62, 5 5/8 stock. 5 5/8 stock. And here it is. My opinion, I'm sorry, this is how I see it. Those attorneys have screwed the pooch. And everybody else is going to be nice about it. But I find it pretty amazing that I predicted what was the nature of those attorneys before I even knew. It's fine. They can feel that they did the right thing. It's all about equality, and let's make sure there's no tension, and let's make sure that everyone is feeling all right, everybody's included, let's make sure everyone's a partner, everyone has a chance in white bread Canada. But you miss your window. You know, it's about production. Produce, then you can distribute it like communists. But don't distribute it like communists before you produce. Produce. Anyway, if Railtown went to the valuation of Langtrain, I think Railtown's far ahead of Langchain or whatever it is. I'll show you it when I get to the bottom. That's $5.62. And we're sitting here waiting for the company to have permission from its bloody lawyers to be able to go tell its story. Maybe I'm wrong in my interpretation. I could be wrong. Maybe those are some of the most diligent and hardest working attorneys out there, with a keen idea of the urgency of business documents and getting things done on time, and maybe even beating a deadline. Maybe those attorneys are like that. I see no evidence that they are. You have 3 documents, well, 4 documents. You have the press release, the filing with the regulators, which describes it differently than the press release. You have the 4-page signature page, and then you have the 102-page document. They all say something different about how this AIP deal is going to be resolved. But nobody's feelings got hurt. All right, let me go on. Jack Hamilton, good morning. I'd rather be walking Lucky Boy too. I miss him. Last night I was walking back from, Sunday evening. And as I left, I saw this black dog, great puppy dog with a woman, and I loved the dog, but it was across the street. So I turned and they kept going. But then as I got about 7 blocks later, there they were across the street. Again, a whole different neighborhood as I was crossing the street. And he was such the cutest boy. He was a great dog. But I asked her, can I pet him? And she said, sure, but he's not always good. And he didn't let me pet him. And I said, well, thank you. And she kept walking and I kept walking. I was behind them. But that boy was so good. He kept looking back and then he turns around and stands his ground. And he wasn't threatening or anything. And I told her, I think he's doing his job. He doesn't want me following you. So I waited till they went to the end of the block. Then they were going the way I wanted to go, and I turned left. But he was such a good boy. He was just doing it. And she was probably scared. He probably picked that up. I didn't mean to be threatening, but he probably picked that. He's such a good dog. It made me think about Lucky. I'm sorry, I don't really have much more to say about Railtown today. The last trade is 2,700 shares at 43.6. So of course the stock's down 2 pennies. But these attorneys, they'll get it sorted. Don't worry. It'll, they should have it done by the holidays, and then we'll be in the next year and we can figure out the valuations of AI companies then. Dan A. Thank you, Dan. I guess you haven't been on for a while, but you felt it was important to ask that question. I haven't been on for a while. Does Ham come on for a while? Not only haven't you been on for a while, you couldn't take the time to make sure what you typed made any sense. Ham decided, I think about 6 months ago, approximately, that he wasn't coming on here anymore. He didn't inform me of that. He just informed his audience that he no longer speaks with William. So if you want to find out what happened, you have to ask him, Dan. But I suggest you put it in a better thought process. Otherwise, he probably will just not answer you. But no, Ham doesn't come on for a while. Jack Hamilton, good afternoon. Donna M. Dan A. Can anyone tell me if Ham still comes on? Yes, Ham comes on to his own conference calls, which he has at least once to 3 times a day. You go on Twitter and you look up Finger, you look up G-Bucks, you look up GDC, you look up MTEN, you look up Frank Benedetto, you'll find at Ham Short something, and just subscribe to him. You'll get a notification and you can listen. They're all recorded. Sometimes Kristen Shaughnessy helped him. I don't know if she still does. There was another guy that was helping him. I'm totally forgetting that guy's name. But he's good at, he does it every single day, Ham A. If you need to hear from Ham, that's where you hear from Ham. Pizza rules, Dan A, he does not. Jack Hamilton, Dan A, he moved on to different platforms. Hey Jack, Donna says. Dan A says, no kidding. I like listening to him. I hope he's doing well. I hope so too. We still have Bill. Yeah. Dan, I'd really appreciate that you come on here to stir things up. Doesn't really help, but we're going to move on. Eric B. Concerning yesterday's video, I have commented with details where to find the info. Oh, good, for the October 31 limit. I think I read it out. But I look forward to reading your summary so that everyone else sees it. But I think I read it out yesterday. It said something about 26 days from the date hereof or something, which is Friday. Red Pepper Ronnie. Hello, William. Hi, Red Pepper. Donna. Hi, Eric B. Eric B. Hi, Donna. Marty Party. Good afternoon, William. Keep accumulating. Yes, keep accumulating. Look, this frustration is short term. Once it starts rocking and rolling, which I think it will, and I don't think the first quarter is too late at all. I think this window, this excitement is going to carry through at least the first half of next year, and maybe far longer, depending on who you listen to. I personally, though, would have liked Railtown to be able to book some revenue and talked about it and delineate a path to revenue, hopefully a path to 150 million ARR by the end of the year. I would have loved that. But if it happens in the first quarter, that's fine. Doesn't mean the stock price is going to sit here until then. I still think 6 weeks, $6, that's still $6.50. Yeah, that's kind of low. I still think the stock can finish the year, $6, $7.50, $8, and maybe higher. The whole key is being able to get out and tell the story, which seems to be held up by this AIP transaction. It seems to be. But we'll find out. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. That's all right. It'll be over with by the end of the week. It's not very much longer to wait. And so essentially November is our month, and November will be a good month. I see no reason why it won't be a very strong month for the price of Railtown. I've made sort of timing predictions before sooner than this, predicated on getting that deal finished. It will be finished this Friday. We'll find out what Eric says. The temptation is strong to have more RT at current prices, but I still have to remain defensive. Why? What are you defensive for? What are you defensive for? Eric, you're going to regret it. If you're sitting in cash is going to do better than Railtown? I don't know. Anyway, it's up to you, Eric. It's up to you. Well, you have a large position. That's great. I didn't know that's your position. That's a very nice position, Eric. So, it's all about capital allocation. But if you have cash or you're in some of these other shite stocks, I see no reason to be in those other stocks. Cash, it depends on your situ, If you need cash, you have no choice but to be in cash. But your emotions are tricking you, Eric. You think you're doing the right thing by, as you put it, being defensive. What are you defensive about? When you first bought Railtown, you didn't know, you knew about the deal with AIP, but you didn't know that it was going to get concluded. Well, they just 3 weeks ago, they announced it's going to be finished, and you're providing the evidence this Friday. So you know that. You know that the backdrop behind AI is gigantic. You know the multiples. You know the revenues that can come through. They've announced 5 revenue deals. They just haven't been able to talk about it. All the evidence is there before you, Eric. Why be defensive? For what? You're going to wait till it goes to 5? This is the time to buy it. You're going to regret it. But I do agree, Eric, 150,000 shares is a nice position. Very nice position. But this is not, in my judgment, this is not a stock to diversify amongst all the other crap to be defensive. But anyway, only you can judge your situation. And you may be a day trader, so you're looking for stocks when they drop. You need cash for that. I understand that. But I think if I had money, I'd be to pay 44 cents now after knowing what's happening. It's so much better than paying 30 cents or 35 cents 6 months ago. So much better because you don't have to wait. Railtown's going to turn around with an alacrity that you haven't seen in stock prices since Finger and GTII both started to squeeze at the same time before the system came in and put the kibosh on it. But you do what you feels right, Eric. Deschamps. All right. Good job, Deschamps. 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 Deschamps is everywhere. Deschamps is here and everywhere. That's great. That's a good position. And you're doing, in my judgment, you're doing exactly what you should be doing, taking advantage of the stock stalling. Bama Lake, you asked me that question, I guess last week or 2 weeks ago, the exact same question. And I spent a long time answering it. I'm not going to spend a long time answering this time. There's zero chance, in my judgment, of a significant MMTLP settlement. And your best way to recover your investment, in my judgment, 2 ways. Move MMTLP to NextBridge, but I think that's a 5-year game plan. But I think you can get your money back if NextBridge survives the attack of the shorts. And if anybody can do it, Greg can do it, in my judgment. Secondly, I would recommend buying Railtown offensively with no defense. I would not remain defensive. Pure idiocy as far as I can tell. But that's an opinion on my part. Anyway, I think you can make, if you have a large enough position of Railtown, I think you can get out of the red on MM and TLP and go in the green. The only hope for MMTLP monies coming to you is fraud, and that'll take a long time to prove. There'll be a settlement if that happens. It'll be prior to the judges doing anything. There'll be releases. The attorneys and the judges and the hard costs will eat up at least 60%, maybe more, of the settlement. All the attorneys will be paid. Everyone will be happy. and you might get a check for 50 cents a share. You might get the right to have your IRA for free for 10 years. I don't know. They'll come up with some settlement. But bottom line, if you want to keep asking me that question, I'm going to give you the same answer. Zero chance of getting your money back from MNTLP in a settlement. So you got to take action. If you want to still be a victim, and keep asking me the question. Jeff Schultz, in a year from today, do you think Railtown will be worth 20x of what it is today? No, I think it'll be Microsoft. I think it'll be NVIDIA. A year from today, I don't think Railtown will exist a year from today. And I think the number's going to be more like 100x, not 20x. I think it'll be 100x. I think if you've listened, Jeff, to other days, I can do it again, but the market cap of Railtown right now is 60 million. If Railtown goes to the valuation of that company, I just read to you Chang Lang or something like that. Lang Chang, I'll show it after we get down here, of 1.25 billion in a private deal. And they do a similar thing, but I don't think as good. And if the attorneys could ever finish AIP, which luckily, by Friday, the attorneys have nothing to do with it. It'll be done Friday. So then they just file the completion with the SEC in Canada. But if Railtown goes to a $1.25 billion valuation, Jeff, which could happen as soon as Corey's able to start talking about his company, start announcing revenue deals, and start talking to institutions, that this stock should be at least equal to Chang Lang. That's 20x right there. And that 20x, my friend, could happen within 6 weeks. There's 6 weeks, it looks like, left on the year that Wall Street will be at work. That 20x will happen whilst Eric is being defensive. But he'll come in 20x from now. And you know, he'll get the rewards of being defensive. You are, I think, way low in your time frame and multiple. But yeah, overall, I think your investment will be worth 20x a year from now. I think your investment is probably going to be 20x by the end of this year, and certainly by sometime in the first quarter. This company should be, Jeff, if Railtown were a private company, not subject to attorneys, not subject to full disclosure rules, and the deal that was arranged to merge the two companies, a private company and a private company, would have been portfolio. Hey, let's get this portfolio company tied up with this portfolio company. It was all done in a private setting. We'd be on Series B or Series C, and it'd be worth $1.5 billion, $2 billion right now. Why? Railtown's first to market. There's an arms race for those companies. Railtown's best in class. There's an arms race for those companies. Railtown started, it's not a startup the way Lang Chang is. Railtown started 6 years ago. They've got 5 products. They're in the Microsoft chain and NVIDIA and AMD. They have customers. They just can't talk about it. But Eric can't see that opportunity. Eric wants to remain defensive. whilst he gets confirmation. Jeff, by the time confirmation comes out, this is $1.5 billion stock. At $1.25 billion, you make 21x on your money from here. But these attorneys, I'm telling you, these attorneys will not do anything quickly. They're incapable of it. They are not capable of seeing their job as productive or as competitive in the financial markets. They see their job as, hey, I've always gotten A's in school and I've always done well and I've always gotten the jobs I've applied for, and you know, I have to balance my life and whatever goes on in their heads. So it will be a full week from now. But once it starts, maybe next week, once this starts, it's going to be a hell of a ride. And Jeff's going to wish that he hadn't been, sorry, Eric, Jeff, I used your name. Eric's going to wish he hadn't been defensive. But everybody makes their, I'm tired of educating on that subject. The wait has been interminable because we've been trained with the AMEs and the GMCs and the G-Buxes and the MULNs and the COSMs. You got to have action, action, action. So we want action. But in fairness to we and to you, this has been a hell of a slog. It's hard to understand why a company would allow a law firm to drag them through 10 months of hell. It's not 10 months. It's March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. It's 9 months of hell. For a law firm, fire the bloody firm. I can give Corey the name of 2 firms right out of New York City, get this done in 1 week. But they'll ruffle feathers and people will go, oh, no, that's unfair. Why do men get to do it and we don't? Well, get it done. Just get it done. Get it done. So Jeff, the answer is you'll get 20x in 2025 with a margin of error of maybe the first half of the first quarter of 2026. You'll get 20x by then. I don't think the company will be called Railtown in a year. I think you'll have, my guess is you'll have Microsoft stock. But it could be Constellation Software, I suppose. It could be NVIDIA. It could be AMD. These are the universe of 4 companies that are quite familiar with Railtown. I suppose it could be an Oracle or an Apple or one of Elon Musk's companies. It could be Amazon. It could be a private fund that buys them. But I don't think they'll be around, Jeff, in a year. My opinion, it'll be Microsoft. But it could be a bidding war, and those become unpredictable. So yes, Jeff, I think in a year you're going to be very happy with this commitment you made. Badr, are you still in finger or considering stepping in at the current price? I wouldn't touch finger I wouldn't get involved in finger at these prices. Um, they've announced, look, when you invest better, ignoring the short squeeze part of the stories, you've got to have an idea of what a stock is worth. I've just told you, and I've given you comps. That's not the only comp. There's a private company that raised $100 million at a $1.1 billion valuation. I just don't happen to know what the name is. There's 500 AI companies out there worth $1 billion or more in market cap. 500. Railtown's better than all of them, I dare say. But it's certainly, I would guess, in the top 5 or 10%. Why? Because they got started 6 years ago. They have software developers that have solved a massive problem. You know how big the problem is going to be? The annual spend by companies on improving software throughout the world is going to be $300 billion a year. $300 billion a year. If Railtown got 1, 2, or 3% of that, the value is gigantic. But just using the comps, you know, at $1.25 billion, now that assumes that the metrics stay the same, that the demand, we're missing the third and fourth quarter in terms of acquisition, in my judgment, because of the attorneys. That's just a fact. But I don't think the window's going to close over Christmas or over New Year's. I think next year it's going to come back gangbusters because the performance is going to show up for 2025. Everybody's going to want their money in that space in the new year. So I think we'll be fine. But if Railtown gets to $1.25 billion without issuing new shares, it's a $6 stock, $5 or $6 stock. That is, in my mind, is the value, the worth of Railtown trading now at 40 cents. If they do roll after that, they roll up some shares and roll up some companies out of AIP and issue some shares, you could have a $15 stock before you blinked. If they rolled up 50 million or 100 million in revenue and didn't have to issue a lot of shares, and they got a multiple of 50, 75, 100 on the collective revenue, you've got a stock trading of, let me give you a number, Bader. SoundHound trades, I don't think it's moved on my list. Yeah, it trades at 7.7 billion, 7.77 billion in market cap. They next year are projected to do, by my memory, roughly 160 million to 170 million to 75 million in revenue. They make no money. They lose money. They do not have a margin on their AI revenue. They lose money. And they're trading for almost $8 billion. It's a 35 multiple, not a higher, it's just 35 multiple on revenue, approximately. So if Railtown could show by first quarter 150, 200 million in revenue combined from its products that we just haven't been able to see yet as attorneys piddle around proud of their smiles on their websites. They couldn't produce a pea if they planted a seed in the ground in the spring. But once they can start telling the story, Railtown will have revenue, AIP will have revenue. If they get to 200 million, their margins are very high. Their revenue margin is high. They will be making money. So if they can show 175 million for the forward 12 months next year, and everything else stays the same, a SoundHound valuation seems reasonable. 7.77 billion. Well, the company currently trades at a $60 million market cap. That's 130 times your investment. And those comps are right there. Eric, he's living in the house on the corner. He sees the house in the middle of the block across the street just sold for 1.25 billion, and he sees the one diagonally across the street is listed for 7.77 billion, and the one directly across from him on the other corner is trading for 60 million, and he wants to be defensive. I want to be defensive. Defensive. Got to be defensive. Because of attorneys? You're going to be defensive because of attorneys? Seems screwball to me. But anyway, Bader, my point is, what I see with Railtown, two comps. Current valuations, where the company should be today, is 21x. And if you compare it to a company that makes no money, but is in the AI space, SoundHound, public company, it's a comp. The company should be 130x if they can show, let's say, 150 million or better in revenue, making money. So those are the comparisons. Railtown is cheap. I don't know what's to be defensive about. It's 43 cents. What's to be defensive? It's going to $43. Now's the time to be defensive. The time to be defensive is when it's $40 or $25 or $15. Now's the time to be defensive. That's one screwed on the wrong direction strategist. So then, Bader, you come to finger motion. What's finger motion worth? They are in a highly competitive business. Anybody can enter it. There's nothing special. I'm talking about top-up business. Top-up is it's a very safe business, but anybody can do it. I think they're one of 13 companies currently. That's one. Two, their revenues have essentially been the same revenue for the last 3 years, and they were lower previous to that. Three, the company makes no money. Four, finger motion is going to have to raise money. They're going to do a financing. Five, all of their strategies, the Sapientus big data, I think is great, but it hasn't paid off yet. It's taking time. It's in the Chinese market. there's a lot of trepidation worldwide right now about doing business in China, whether that's right or wrong. But the big insurance companies, so far, they haven't gotten it to the point of monetizing. I think that'll happen sometime, and maybe you pay some sort of a premium for that. But it hasn't shown up yet. The C2 contract is, in the most charitable light, being developed very cautiously, without focusing on ramping it up quickly. We may get that revenue showing up fourth quarter, our fourth quarter. We haven't seen it yet, but we do know it's not an accelerated ramp up program. The automobile business in China is highly competitive. But anyway, so we haven't seen the numbers from there. The one area they decided to double down on in recent news is the lifestyle app. What's unique about a lifestyle app? I can't think. I mean, everything from that Groupon that used to be popular, which I can't imagine is doing well now, to things you get in the mail and junk you get in your inbox. Why they double down on a lifestyle app? It has no value to Wall Street, zero value to Wall Street. And then I guess the final thing they have are a couple of other pieces that might add revenue in the future that we haven't heard anything about. The streaming of content and the cloud storage, I guess, cloud, running out their cloud. So Finger Motion boils down to a company that primarily gets its revenue from the top-up business. They do about $35 million a year in revenue. They make no money. And I would say for a company flat and not in, there's nothing in their industry, if you can call it an industry, that has any wind at their sail. This is not AI, where the government and the provinces and the bankers and Wall Street is just flooding with money. AI, Railtown, if they go after 300 billion and they get 5% of that, it's 15 billion annual revenue, 15 billion annual revenue. Instead of 5%, what if they get 0.5%? What if they get 0.5% penetration into that market? It's 1.5 billion in revenue. $1.5 billion. And if you want to take 10% of that, it's 150 million. Right from that, 150 million. Finger Motion does 35 million roughly a year, last 3 years. Unless one of these other things hit, that's what they do. What should the multiple be until they prove it up? Personally, I think it should be 1x. 1x. That's 35 million market cap. Finger Motion's market cap currently, 1x on revenue, I mean. Finger Motion's current market cap is 93 million. It's bigger than Realtown's. Finger Motion will never do 150 million in revenue. In from what we see, maybe if one of those things comes on and that's why you're willing to pay a premium, maybe someday it can. Sure. So Railtown is trading, in my judgment, at 3 times revenue. I think it's overpriced. Finger is trading at 3 times revenue. I think it's overpriced, Butter. So I wouldn't buy it. And on top of that, they just announced they're going to do a $50 million ATM. Now they say it's from time to time, and it's with a group called O'Flaherty or something like that. But anytime you buy Finger, you're just allowing the shorts to sell stock so that when O'Flaherty or whatever it's called prices their deal, it'll be at a discount and the shorts can cover. So I wouldn't touch Finger at all. I do not own Finger. I lost, I think, 120 grand. It might have been more, frankly, when I went to do the stupid movie. Where are you? Are you there? Are you dead? Why aren't you there? You got to get there. Are you there yet? So I'm out of Finger. And I think Finger will do an offering, as I predicted for the last many months. I think Finger more likely will do an offering at $1.25 or $1.30. Then it's going to go up from here. You're not going to miss anything. After the deal is financed and after the dust settles, if you want to get back in, think about it then. But I wouldn't touch it. Finger will not squeeze, by the way. It is never going to squeeze, in my judgment. In fairness, I think someone asked Ham something like that, said that Williams said something along those lines, and Ham said that I have my head up my ass. So, if you want to hear the positive spin, go listen to Ham. But I do not own Finger now, and I have no intention to own Finger now. Richard K., good afternoon. I am loving your Railtown okay, but here comes the but. I am loving your Railtown optimism. Looking forward. Oh, good. No but this time. All right, Richard. Bravo. Looking forward to the share price timing reflecting the optimism. Yeah, I mean, I think, Richard, the thing that's going on is the company can't talk. I think that's what's happened. They just can't speak. I had a friend who happened to be a girl, and she told me that I'd have a lot more success. She used a different word, a different group of words. She said, you'd have a lot more success with women. She used a different way of phrasing it. If you just didn't speak. Well, in the case of Railtown, I think they'll have a lot better success with their stock price when they can start speaking. They've been held back from talking for some reason. I can only think it has to do with this AIP transaction, which has never been finalized. I can't see any reason on the face of the planet that the AIP transaction needed to go from the beginning of February to the beginning of November, except for attorneys. Well, they've had their fun. They'll put it on their CV. Oh, I'm successful. I'm a great attorney. But they don't realize the damage, the stalling, the risk they've put the whole story at by, I'm a great attorney. Drives me crazy. Of course, I'm old and maybe I'm just working through some psychological issue in my head. But I think Railtown's been really badly served by their own attorneys. That's my opinion. And AIP's attorneys. There's no reason. It's a 102-page agreement with 4 pages for the assent vote. Should take 10 months. February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, and next week it's November. 10 months. There's no reason on the planet that it should be taking that long. But that's just attorneys. That has nothing to do with the business plan, with the revenues that are backing up, with the revenues that are going to come out. And you guys can't see it because the attorneys, who might be working with the shorts for all I know the shorts take advantage of the plotting nature of legal workmanship, if you can call it workmanship, stallmanship. But the comps, as they call it in real estate, are massive. 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 This company I just told you about, I read it to you. They, through June, they did annualized. Annualized, they did 10 million in revenue. Not 10 million in the first 6 months, annualized 10 million. And they were priced at a valuation of $1.25 billion. Railtown's going to come out of the gate whenever they can talk about revenue. They'll blow away a projected 10 million in revenue in a heartbeat. So if they can show 10 million in annualized revenue, they're worth 1.25 billion. How about if they show 40 million in annualized revenue? How about if they show 60 million in annualized revenue and then they roll up 125 million from AIP? They show 200 million annualized revenue. What is that worth? Soundhound is projected, they haven't done it yet, to do about 170 million in 26, making zero money. And they're trading for almost $8 billion in valuation. You haven't been able to see that yet because the whole story is mired in the DEI firm of Bennett and Jackson, or whatever the hell it's called. I'm all for merit. I'm all for everybody having an equal chance, equal opportunity, zero discrimination, but get there on merit. Know that you have to perform. Know that you have to produce. Anyway, the law firm can't produce on time. But by definition, the deal will be finished Friday. I would guess they'll make the filings over the weekend or Monday. So next week, the company can finally talk about what the hell they're doing. And then you'll see, I think very quickly, $1 billion, $1.5 billion, $2 billion in valuation. And while Eric's being defensive, he's going to watch the moat melt away. That's a bad analogy. But he's going to miss the boat. If he's got 150,000 shares, which is an extremely impressive position, Why not have 300,000? Why not have 400,000? But I've never known anybody to come home from the color TV store and say, damn, I wish I had purchased that smaller screen TV. And Eric's going to be like that. In January, he's going to say to himself, I wish I had been more defensive. Or is he going to say to himself, I wish I'd been more offensive? Sometimes you got to concentrate your positions, and in a way, you got to go for it. Now, I'm not saying, I don't know, cash in these accounts is not an alternative. But if it's cash in a CD account or a savings account or a conservative account, that's different. Pay your bills account. But cash in these trading accounts and cash that's been raised by selling, say, a finger or a G-Bucks, that cash should be in Railtown. These buckets, these similar buckets of junk and high risk and manipulated stocks should be all in on a speculative stock, admittedly, but speculative is a higher grade than any of these other stocks you've been in. This is a speculative stock that once the shorts get their credit lines cut off, and once the attorneys ever finish, so they can smile at the cameras for their future clients, Railtown can get to work producing. They're in this big pit. What do you call that pit? When you're racing around the track, you pull over into that pit. They've been stuck in that pit forever. Pits used to be, but then I guess they had to even it all up. So people that can't lift the wheels have to have a job as well. So you have to have someone trying to lift it. Then the guy has to, instead of 4 guys putting on 4 wheels, 1 guy has to go from wheel to wheel to wheel to help the hires get it done, and it takes longer. I don't know what the hell. Really don't know what the hell. There's no excuse for Bennett Jackson taking that long. It's just none. None. But they must have had more important clients. And I'd call them up and say, hey, there's no more important client than we, but if you treat us this way, I'm going to call Do We Get It Done and How in New York City, and I'm moving my account. $159,000 shares. 100 shares just simply had to be sold. Somebody just had to sell 100 shares. Guys, it's so manipulated. There is a buyer, it looks like, in there. Let me check the ask. Yeah, it looks like that's a buyer. Obviously, there's 2 sides to every trade, but it looks like this was a buyer. 5,000 shares at 43.55. We got 8 minutes to go. And it's 3 miles to the river. Four miles to my empty room. In the river of tears. S&P market makers, dealers will need to start chasing the market higher to hedge their books, says Goldman Sachs. Who called that? They got to get rid of. They got to get rid of Zelensky. All right, let's read this negative. All right, here's a negative on AI, but it again. It does not. I don't know what this guy Eric. Why is he being defensive? The stock is underwater. The stock is trading at 1/20th of what it should be trading to its peers. But that's an odd time to be defensive. My point is, Railtown is not in a bubble. But anyway, let's see. This is MBI Deep Dives. Let me go to the bottom of it and see who wrote it, if they give their name. MBI Deep Dives publishes one deep dive on a publicly listed company every month. So you can sign up for it. The website is mbi-deepdives.com. maryboyindian-deepdives.com. Anyway, this is, I think, is going to be a negative article, but we should stay apprised of negativity too. Written October 25th by MBI Deep Dives. One of the core differences of the current AI revolution from the earlier bubble periods, well, we're not sure it's a bubble. They keep throwing that around. Everyone identifies it as that. But okay, let's accept that some people see it as a bubble, and it may be. So one of the differences of the current AI revolution from the earlier bubble periods was that almost all of the funding so far has come from operating cash flow. That doesn't sound like a bubble to me. Of some of the most profitable companies on earth. Despite massive capex increases in recent years, all the major public companies except Oracle participating in this investment cycle all has. All have? All has. All has. Well, I'll read it as it's written. All the major public companies participating in this investment cycle has healthy free cash flow so far. Meta, for example, generated $50 billion in free cash flow in the last 12 months. Cash is cash. If you need hundreds of billions over multiple periods to get to the promised land, there is still a healthy difference between operating cash flow and capex of some of these big tech investments funded by internally generated cash. He abbreviated tech and put a period at it. So I assume that period was for the abbreviation, not the end of the sentence. So let's start this sentence over again. Investments funded by internally generated cash can go on for a long time as long as the market remains receptive to such investments. That I agree with. That's how it's behaving right now. All right, here we get to the negative. However, we are starting to see some changes in the funding mix as debt has gradually come to the scene. One thing about debt entering the conversation is debt itself can be a great forcing function to manage the potential overinvestment cycle, as interest payment obligations and balance sheet leverage can put some hard constraints to keep you disciplined. This guy didn't go to school for English. Big tech understands this, and hence, always throw in the word hence when you can't write a sentence. Big tech understands this, and hence are resorting. Now big tech are up there all has. He may be a Brit, so he's probably better at this than I. Big tech understands this, and hence big tech are resorting to some helping hands in their investment journey. For example, last week, Meta entered a joint venture with Blue Owl Capital. Blue Owl Capital likes Railtown. I made that up. For their $27 billion Hyperion data center campus. Remember, there's two brand new big AI factories built, I read it to you the other day, by TELUS up in Canada. One's in Quisimmini and one's in Usamungagi. But they're ready, they're built, they use NVIDIA, they have cold water, they have energy, they're green, and you don't have to put any money in them. But anyway, Meta entered into a joint venture with Blue Owl Capital for their $27 billion Hyperion data center campus, of which Meta will own 20%, and the rest will be owned by funds managed by Blue Owl Capital. Meta is signing an operating lease with an initial term of only 4 years. They have the option to extend the lease every 4 years, but they are not obligated to, period. To persuade the JV to accept the short 4-year leases, Meta provided a quote-unquote residual value guarantee covering the first 16 years of operations. If Meta decides to leave within the first 16 years, they guarantee the campus will still be worth a certain amount of money. This payment is capped, i.e. there is a pre-arranged maximum limit to how much Meta would have to pay. Again, we don't know the exact cap limit in this deal. The structure of this deal, featuring a short 4-year lease combined with a long-term residual value guarantee on a highly specialized asset, closely resembles a financial tool known as a synthetic lease. In a synthetic lease, the tenant, Meta, gains the flexibility of short commitments and favorable accounting treatment, keeping the debt off their balance sheet. However, to convince investors to fund the construction, the tenant must assume the majority of the financial risks of ownership. The residual value guarantee achieves this risk transfer. To secure financing for such a massive, specialized asset, this cap must be set high. While we don't know the exact number, my guess is, whatever you care, the guess, he's guessing the exposure might be to 23 billion. If Meta decides to terminate the lease within 16 years, the payout, all right, who cares about your formula? Basically 23 billion is his calculation of Meta's obligation if they leave the lease early. Given Meta's backing, the bonds issued to fund this investment received investment-grade credit rating. However, the bonds were issued at 6.58% yield, which is closer to junk bond yield. Good Lord. I'd hop all over that debt all day long. Junk bonds used to be 15%, 20%. Why is the yield so high? That's not high at all. If the value of the data center catastrophically collapses due to obsolescence or for some other reasons, Meta's guarantee covers most of the loss, but the investors bear the portion exceeding that cap. Moreover, the debt belongs to the project entity. This is a long. All right, so if Meta leaves, the data center couldn't be repurposed. My guess is Meta and the other big tech will do more of these deals going forward. Oracle, in fact, appears to be raising debt even larger than the Hyperion deal, $38 billion, for building data centers in Texas and Wisconsin. Guys, there's two perfectly vacant, ready to go data centers in Quisingamingi and Osungamunga in northern Canada that TELUS built, and they call them AI factories using NVIDIA. Canada's open for business. You just can't see it yet because the law firm they chose is bloody woke. If the deal goes through, it would be the largest debt deal so far in AI infrastructure. I am very curious to see what the yields will be for debts issued by Oracle, given their cash position and balance sheet leverage is inferior to Meta's. Also, if the companies keep doing these kinds of deals, the yield may only go higher as the risk for the later debt deals will gradually increase for bondholders. Perhaps AI infrastructure spree can cool a lot when the debt yields get close to double digit. Indeed, while debt-funded infrastructure investments will certainly raise the risk profile of these companies, having some debt into the system can make everyone all on a sudden a lot more disciplined in their AI. Look, what's interesting to me is you're creating collateral. You're creating collateral. That's a lot of collateral that's being created by this new industry that didn't exist before. Energy's going in, NVIDIA chips are going in, and the debt goes on the balance sheet of banks. They can write derivatives against it. Pretty good deal. This goes on to be very boring. I don't think I'm going to read the rest of it. He never gets to a point. I think he should stick to trading. English isn't his forte, but neither is it mine. All right, so Railtown closed at 43.6 on 200 shares, which I assume was down. Finger closed at 152, which was down 3 cents. Yep, Railtown closed down 2 cents at 43.6 on 160,000 shares. Thank you, Bennett Jackson. I could be wrong where I assign blame, but that's my choice. GDC closed at 431, down 26 cents. G-Bucks closed at 1721, down very little. And let's see how M10 is doing. M10 closed down 72 cents, 73 cents even, at 437 on M10. Oh, sorry, I'm almost legend. I left you hanging there. Happy morning Monday to you, Sir William, catching up on the stream. You sound quite defeated about Railtown. I'm not defeated about Railtown at all. I'm defeated that the lawyers take forever. I'm defeated on that. It's inexcusable. I'm sorry. I'm being the one to call them out. It's inexcusable that these women couldn't get the attorney, the legal documents completed in a fashion that would meaningfully help shareholders recognize value of their investments. But that's not on their mind. That's not on their mind. And so I'm the jerk to point that out. But if you feminize your legal product, you're going to get something that feels good. If you stick with hard charging men, you're going to get it done on time. That's just a fact, Jack. And that's based on my experience too. My experiences may be not broad enough to make that worthy as a separate study. But since there are no studies out there that I have found, there's one gentleman, guy named Kendall or something like that did a study on it. But anyway, let's go on. Do you also foresee the price lingering under $1 until next year? No, I really don't. It doesn't mean I'm not frustrated. And it doesn't mean that I'm pleased. Corey now basically has 5 to 6 weeks of the year left I'm sure he's been, and his whole team, I'm not narrowing it to him. I'm sure they've been working hard. They've been going to conferences. I'm sure there's a backlog in, I always forget the name, enterprise sales agreements. I'm sure there's a backlog. But now he's got about 4 to 6 weeks to get those out so that Wall Street's paying attention. If he puts them out at the last 2 weeks of the year or over Thanksgiving, no one's going to read them. They're all going to be on vacation. They're all going to be skiing in Banff and Banff and Stad, and they're not going to be at their desks. So it's a shame. But no, I don't think that's going to affect the stock price for the year. But I caution you, I've been wrong on my timing on stock predictions now for, I think I was correct in August, but I've been wrong for September and October. And but anyway, I'm Almost Legend. I think that as soon as Corey and Marwan can get out and tell their revenue story, but now they only have 5 to 6 weeks to do it. I guess they're good at cramming for their exams, but they got to get out and tell it. They got to convince the market that they have a runway. If they can convince the market they have a runway to revenue equal to or above SoundHound with, let's say, 40 to 60% margins, profits, I don't see any reason why Railtown couldn't be valued with a 35x like SoundHound. But what if Railtown's valued at 75x? That's a $15 billion valuation of the company. That's entirely plausible. But the attorneys have to stop futzing around. I'm not impressed. Not impressed by this Bennett Jackson law firm or the other Ditzel Dietzel law firm either. But that's what you're seeing. I'm frustrated that I'm Almost Legend are going to have to wait another week. That's my frustration. But I think just to repeat myself, once Corey can get out and talk to institutional investors and say, hey, here's my book of, I don't know what to call it. Here's my collected revenue deals. I just have to go through them. The status, put it on a spreadsheet. Here's the status of each one. But we're confident by February 15th, we'll have he'll probably call it we'll have a projected revenue by February 15th of 150 million or whatever the number is. I mean, even if it's 50 million or 25 million, that stock, remember, I'm Almost Legend, and I'll show it at the end if I can find it. That stock, let me get the right name. Langchain generated between 12 and 16 million in annualized recurring revenue as of June. And they raised money at 1.25 billion value. That's because it's private. They're not subject to all this short crud. And frankly, they're not subject to all this full disclosure. And then they don't have to hire a law firm like this. No, I don't think the stock will be under $1 next week. I don't. I think the stock will start to move. When that AIP deal finalizes, which will be Friday, and everybody knows it, I think the stock will go to 75 cents, maybe $1, probably $1, but let's say 75 cents. And then if they can start announcing revenue, I still think the stock goes to $1.25, $1.50. The first time a revenue announcement comes out and everyone goes, son of a gun. And that's going to come, but it's this darn deal has to be finished. And you got to wait on these attorneys. That's just how it is. But I think the stock is going to dramatically rise. And I think it's going to happen all at once when there's an aha moment. Oh my gosh, this is better than Lang Chain, for example. This is better than Soundhound. This is better there, and there's a whole list of them I've read to you. But it's better than this one and this one and this one. We need the company in our portfolio. Now, the advantage of a private deal is there's all sorts of fees and paybacks of favors to each other that won't be here. But the valuation, and this is my frustration. It's not your fault. It's not. I don't think it's the company's fault. I think it's the attorney's fault. So I should be in a better mood, I guess. But I think that the company should be trading at $5 or $6, as I've felt for months. But we have this period, which I don't know what to call it, since I was called out here, that I can't find a quiet period on Google. I'm like, okay, what do I call it? I don't know what to call it. But since February 11th, Railtown has been unable to tell their story in a promotional, in a PowerPoint way, in interviews, in online presentations. It has not been able to talk to research analysts. They haven't been able to tell their story. And it continues to be that way. I'm glad they made the announcement they did on the 6th. That was essentially taking the deal from an MOU to an LOI, but it didn't stop the short selling. The short selling isn't from a major actor, by the way, and that's good. It's just these desperados. Like today, I'm Almost Legend. If you look at today's volume, I forget what it was. $160,000. And just as a thought experiment, the stock's down 2 cents. So if you're a short, and you don't have to do it in one trade, but you're allowed to, like Ionic did with Logic, you're apparently allowed to break the law by selling stock you haven't located and you don't own intraday if you then buy it back later. That apparently Adina Friedman's fine with that, and Chucky Crawwell is. Well, just in your imagination, today, out of the 160, if 100,000 shares were sold at an average of, the open price was 45.8, let's say at 44.5, and the stock closed at 42, if they can cross that with 2 cents, they made $2,000. It's better than digging ditches. It has nothing to do with the fundamentals of the company. They don't know the fundamentals of the company. They don't care about that. All they care is we can press our bets here, and retail is out of money. Guys like Eric are being defensive, so we can push the stock price down. And they can break securities laws because Adina Friedman goes along with it, Chuck Crawwell goes along with it, FINRA goes along with it, SEC goes along with it, and Wagner goes along. They all go along with it. Would you do it if you had attorneys backing you and you were operating in the shadows and you had a hedge fund like similar to Stevie Cohen's backing you up at arm's length? Would you do it every day if you can make $2,000 a day on one company? But then you've got computers running the gamut of all names. You might be doing it across 400 names. Would you do it? Of course you would. And you don't care about the fundamental story. So a good investor is looking at it. They know the story. A guy like Eric saying, oh, I'm going to be defensive now. He knows the story, but he can't help it. His brain is telling him that everything that is needed to know about the stock is in the price. There are no research analysts out there talking the story. There are no trading desks. There are no market makers. There's no retail buying. There's no institutional buying. This price is wrong. It's the wrong price. But you can't tell that because the bloody attorneys riding a high of, oh, I don't want to be cruel to those young women and one woman who wishes she were still young anymore. But they shouldn't be on this case. And that simpy looking guy shouldn't be on the case. Maybe it's just Canada. I don't know. That's my frustration. I'm almost legend. Another week, another month because of attorneys. It's inexcusable. It is absolutely inexcusable. I think it's malpractice on the part of Becton Dickinson or whatever the hell the name is. That's my opinion. I think it's terrible. But it gives people the opportunity to buy the stock. Some people like Eric are going to be defensive because he can't train his brain, none of us can, to see the stock prices down. Uh-oh, something must be wrong. There's nothing wrong with the fundamentals of the company. Remember, Railtown does not need to raise capital. Remember that. Railtown doesn't need to raise capital. They may want to via a strategic offering, but they don't need to do it. Railtown also has not entered into, as far as I can see, at any time in its existence, I could be wrong, I might have missed something somewhere, but I went through the filings best I could. It's all Canadian. They've never entered into a toxic financing, so there isn't a huge hedge fund out there trying to destroy the company. You simply have a stock which has been held hostage by a bunch of incompetent attorneys, promoted above their skill level, told all their life they are unbelievably smart and talented and the future belongs to them. As far as I can tell, they have very limited talent, very limited. Their talent is certainly does not include getting anything done. But the company's been held hostage, as best I can tell, to attorneys' work product. And they haven't been able to talk about what they've been doing for the last 2 years in terms of commercialization of their products. We don't hear it. They put out 5 revenue announcements without revenue. And I've tried to show you that Uniserv is 3,000 companies, but it makes no impression. I'm not talking to you personally. I'm talking to the whole audience because the stock price is down. 3,000 companies. They got 10% of them. And they each did $1 million a year. That's 30 million. The company that just raised money, La Shen, at 1.2 billion, they raised $100 million in a Series B round. They just did less then 10 to 16 million by half. And I don't know why it's so misleading how they read it. They left June with annualized revenue between 10 million and 16 million. They've barely done any revenue. And they raised money at 1.25 billion. But you can't see it in this price because the shorts are on top of it and the attorneys can't finish their effing work. I'd fire them all. I've had enough of female attorneys, I'd say. Well, we're going to sue you if that's why you're firing us because we're women. No, I'm firing you because you're incompetent. That's what I would say. But of course, up in Canada, they can't do that. Can't do that. Everything's socialist up there. Hey, if it takes 6 months, it takes 6 months. But it's a level of frustration that comes through. But make no mistake, I'm almost legend. And I'll bring it up to show you it in black and white. Railtown is better than Lang Chang right now. And Lang Chang just raised $100 million in a Series B round at a valuation of 1.25 billion. At that valuation, which is, in my judgment, where Railtown should be today, you've got a $5 stock, $6 stock. You've got 20 times your money, 21 times your money. But you don't see it because the stock keeps going down every day. And what you don't understand, the stock really has been going sideways. We started this venture in June, and it was around 30. When I made my little swap, I think I paid 34.7, might have been 33.7, something like that. I think my average is just under 35 cents. But right after that, for a period of many days, it went below 30 cents. It went down to 22 cents. So from June, it's actually up. But then it's essentially sideways. Yes, we've been higher and people have paid higher, but we're essentially flat. But what do the shorts do in that period when it's up? They churn it. They just churn it. They're just churning it. They're churning it. They're churning it. And Adina Friedman doesn't care. Chuck Caldwell doesn't care. Ann Wagner doesn't care. The entire bit of Wall Street doesn't care. And so you're just there looking at it going, oh my gosh. Oh, no. And that's just where they want us. It's just where they want us. Railtown is first to market. Railtown is battle tested. Railtown has revenues. We just don't know how many. Railtown has a large beta test customer base. Large. Railtown solves a gigantic problem, a real problem. Railtown is addressing the need of companies worldwide to spend $30 billion a year. Massive market. Railtown's already raised enough money to get through, but Railtown has two sources of capital coming. One, in my judgment, will be a strategic raise. Maybe Canaccord's going to do it. The other is when they roll up these revenue companies, there'll be revenue galore in there. They don't need toxic financing. The only thing we're waiting for is for the AIP deal to close. And we're waiting for revenue whenever they can talk about revenue. I'm the one putting the connection between AIP and being able to talk about revenue. Maybe we'll be surprised and the company can grow a pair and just announce revenue. Screw the attorneys. Well, you can't do that because we need to approve it first. I'd say, screw you. You can't get anything done on time. Of course, later on, I'd probably pay for it. So maybe it makes sense to listen to them, but there is zero urgency in those four attorneys. They have no urgency. None. None. And it's weird how I predicted what was going on with them. So that's my frustration. But this company closed at, let's go to Yahoo, because my service doesn't update during the day. Railtown closed at a market cap of 64.685 million. According to Yahoo. And SoundHound closed at a market cap of 7.473, according to Yahoo. Billion. 7.473 billion. That's SoundHound. So using SoundHound's 35x approximately, not using 100, not using 150. But if you take the SoundHound valuation, remember SoundHound is projected to do next year roughly 170 million in revenue with zero profit, or barely profitable. If Railtown can show forward 12 months of 150 million, 175 million, 200 million profitable, imagine what they do. But if they get there, 7.5 billion is a comp. Well, if you use 7,473 million and you divide out 64,685, that's 115x. 115x. Or if you take 1.25 billion from that other deal, the Lang Chang, and you divide it by 64,685, you get 19.32x. The reason Railtown is not priced at a higher level, in my judgment, they haven't been able to tell the story. There's one reason. The attorneys haven't finished the AIP deal. And I find that inexcusable. And I think the company should just start talking about revenue. Just start. Screw the attorneys. But anyway, that's my frustration. So if you take the closing price of Railtown at 43.6 and you multiply it by 19.32 in the Lang Chang example, that gives you a target price of $8.42. And I think you can see that happen this year. Once the guy can start talking, I think it can go to $8. But what's driving you crazy is there's an absence of buying. So the buyers are on strike and the sellers play every day. And all they're looking to do is take $2,000 out, $5,000 out, $1,000 out. It's better than waiting tables. But it's hard for the human brain to look at that and say, I'm missing something. There's something fundamentally wrong. All that's wrong is bloody attorneys can't finish their job. All right, so if we take 0.436, the closing price, and we compare it to Soundhound, that gives you a target of $50.14. Now, I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening before the end of the year. But I think that kind of move will happen once, whatever it is up there, Glacier Street recognizes that Railtown's going to do 150 million in the forward 12 months, and they'll make 50% margin on it. I'm making these numbers up, of course. You got a $50 stock. And that's why I just don't understand why Eric feels like he needs to be defensive. It seems completely stupid to me when obviously he's got a large account. But, maybe that's why he has a large account. He didn't listen to Ham or Benedetto or others, Maybe that's it. Maybe that's his secret. Let me see if we're at war. Oh. Breaking news, Americans stranded in Jamaica plead for help. I watched, for the last couple of days, I watched the planes landing and taking off. And the airport was barely busy. They could have gotten out. I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry I get frustrated. I'm almost lunching. It's not about Railtown. I have full faith in Corey and Marwan and their whole team. I have full faith in Dr. Core and Mike Nobrega and John Ruffalo and their team and their strategy. I have zero confidence in their attorneys. Zero. I would switch law firms so fast that it probably would cause lawsuits. This Melissa is up to 175 mile per hour winds. That means that the hurricane is off whatever that scale is, Saphir scale. This is a frightening hurricane.
October the 27th, 2025. Guys, you're looking at the newest images coming in over the satellites over the Caribbean. What you got is a 165-mile storm, or that's what it was a few minutes ago, well over the 156 it takes to become a Cat 5. Now, I'm not sure how hard it is to see this blue outline right there. That's Jamaica. And then you have Cuba here. There's something I've noticed throughout the day, and I've kind of backed it up from the beginning of the light this morning until now. We saw it take a dip to the south this morning, guys. Remember that? and it almost looked like it was going to loop back in this direction, and that's what, if I'm not mistaken, the Navy model was also showing. But now it looks like it's taken a turn back to the northwest. Now, one thing that's done, we know there's been a lot of prayers coming up for Jamaica and Cuba. I know just looking at the comments and on BP Earth Watch on YouTube, but this thing, the further it goes or further it dips to the south and the more turns to your west, northwest, then that gives the island more of a chance not to take a direct hit across the center. That's kind of your worst case scenario, but it very well could skate the western tip. We're not sure how hard the curve is going to come. We're going to look at the spaghetti models. But again, a lot of people are hoping and praying that you guys don't take this direct hit from 165 mile per hour storm. That's sustained winds, not your gust. Now, Jamaica, I know you've been getting wind and rain for a couple of days. But just look at this. This is your latest, right up to the date. It's 1:47 p.m. Central Time here in the U.S. You're, an hour or so ahead of us. But this, again, is super strong, but it's in a tight ball. And this outer band of where the hurricane force winds have really spared Jamaica. Now, you're getting some outbursts, and you dang sure don't want to get anywhere in the water or swimming or anything like that. And there's been cameras going down from different places looking at the Jamaica webcams. But again, the further this thing moves to the north and northwest, the worst winds will be in the black circle. Now, tropical storm force winds are out on top of you. You are in hurricane warnings. I'm just trying to be as optimistic as I can so you guys keep thinking positive. We went back, it was in the 1860s, and looked at the records, and never anything over a Cat 4 for Jamaica. And nothing like this, a Cat, like a 165 mile per hour Cat 5. And this thing is moving so slow that the damage will be extended. It will be much more severe because the lumber sits on top of you. It's like a big grinder. It's grinding everything away. And remember Dorian that got into the Bahamas a few years ago, 200 mile per hour wind sat there for a few days. And that may have been very well a battle of man against nature. And so is that what we're seeing here? I mean, I've never seen one do this. I don't really know what to say other than this thing, it should be moving very fast at this point in whatever forward direction it's going to take. Something is stopping it. These storms naturally turn to the north or upward in this case. And when they start to hit land, you'll see that curve to the right or to the north. Even you can see it much easier because it's come across the island, or if you come up on land on the mainland with the edge of a hurricane, that's going to make it spin in that direction, just like a tire. And so it's going to want to try to turn north. Well, something's stopping it from doing it right now. And all that is happening is that the speed is increasing and intensifying. The longer it sits there in that warm water, the more positive it is for cooling the earth. But it's going to be a disaster. Now, when it goes across Cuba, in the earlier updates, it looked like when it goes across Jamaica towards Cuba, in the early updates, it looked like it was pretty much in a dead center of the island of Jamaica. Now, that would be bad for Jamaica, but in that forecast, it went from a Cat 5 to a Cat 3 before it got very far inland into Cuba itself. Now, I'm not saying, Jamaica, you want to be the brick wall in front of the storm, but that may be what happens. But again, the further that it moves to the left or to the northwest before it makes the northerly hard turn, the better off you guys will be. Now, before we go to the models, I want to back the satellites out so we get a real good look at northern Mexico and the southeast. These storms that you're seeing here, they came through our area and they were rough because we had 2 tornadoes down along the coast, Gaucher, and I think it was, and possibly it was maybe Biloxi or past Christiana, I can't remember. There was no injuries reported. There were some house damages done. One picture I saw was a Mexican restaurant, had some pretty good damage to it, but no casualties. And I didn't see any reports of major injuries. This storm was very violent. So what's going to happen when you've got Melissa about to turn north and go up through the Bahamas, guys, is it's going to clash somewhere with this storm. So that, I don't know how that will affect what we're seeing moving north. It will probably pull a little more moisture into Melissa. But right now, you guys in Florida, this has been some very strong winds and rain. Again, we got 2 tornadoes on the coast this morning. Let's look at the infrared for a moment while we're here. Now you're seeing your first outer bands right there, this area of the storm, and you can see it even on the natural view without the infrared on. This is a very powerful Halloween storm coming in, and again, this is very strong storms in here, but this much at least is offshore. But it got rough last night, so you guys in these areas, make sure you're ready. Notice the entire length of Florida, you're starting to get these offshore storms popping off and being pulled across Florida now. So things are going to start to pop up on you. And by the time that kind of gets cleared out of the way, we're going to have to be watching very closely what happens to Melissa. Again, this is an impressive view. And guys, the latest from Fox is showing we are now at 175 mile per hour sustained winds. Look at that. Check that. It's 2 p.m. Central Time, so that's about an hour old. But here's a major problem. West-northwest, like we said, starting to move up into the left, but only at 3 miles per hour. And that's why we're seeing the rapid strengthening now. It's already 10 miles above, guys, the 165 predicted by tonight at 8 p.m. And the markings before this were 160 down here. But again, it looks like it's very close now to making that turn. And if it does this, the center of it does look, it's kind of hard to see. I know we'll look at the National Hurricane Center, but it is doing what I was thinking, maybe getting that western tip of Jamaica as far as the center of circulation. But again, you got hurricane force winds going out in all directions. Now, this is 30 minutes old, and it's the updated spaghetti model. Now, the light green, which is the Canadian model, this line to the most west or to the left, is showing the eye of the storm maybe going right off the tip of Jamaica. Now, that's going to put the northeast quadrant, guys, on top of it. But that's really better than the eye going across. Now, as far as Cuba, that's not your best case scenario, because if this thing were to go across the entire island, the entire eye of it, then you would get that predicted slowdown to a Cat 3 by the time it comes ashore, very close to Guantanamo Bay again. Notice that. The other models are more centered. Let's see what the Navy is doing on their model. Now, from the U.S. Navy, their model, and it shows a pretty good lick on the island of Jamaica there, but now it's not in the spaghetti models. It hadn't been for the last few days. It kind of gets like the western half, not the western tip like we're seeing in the Canadian model. Now, that would be good for Cuba because it's going to slow it down more. Either way, Cuba's going to get it, and the southern Bahamas are going to get it. And right here is Bermuda. Let's watch that dot. Very close. And this will change over the next day or two. Just depends on where they end up letting this high pressure zone set in place. Again, it looks like mainland USA is going to be fine. Let's see about how far, but you're going to have some winds, rip current, storm watches, small craft warnings, thing like that, and possibly the storms coming across here as all this is going on is going to be more of a problem. The ones that we just looked at on satellite imaging, you see here and watch that storm dips through coming in. So Florida, you keep an eye on that. Now, I'm not quite sure what's up with the CMC and the deal they got with the Navy, but the CMC is putting up spaghetti models. The Navy's not, and the Navy's putting up these models in GFS, if you notice, Global Forecast System, and then Canada's not. Maybe it's in our funding bills, who knows? By the way, I've got a quick update coming up not long after this. Today was the deadline in Texas and many other states. If the resolution or the bill with the continuing resolution doesn't pass the Senate today ended the day that any type of EBT, SNAP, or any of the things in Texas, I think there's a couple other names there, and I'll have that in the report coming up, but that ends today. In other words, any renewals for the money to go in November ended today. If the budget wasn't done, they're not going to have time to put it in. And guys, if you don't think that the purge video I did a few good days ago, that I wasn't serious, you're sadly mistaken. So you better pay very close attention to that one and the update coming up, or you're going to get caught off guard if you're not careful. Now let's move to this video. This is the global forecast system. Notice it's south of Jamaica right there. Let's step it through a little slower. Right there, it's catching the western tip according to the global forecast system and cutting back, missing Guantanamo Bay as far as the center circulation. Going through the southern Bahamas, here is Bermuda, right there, that dot. Guys, let's take one last look at the storm going back. This is updated, and here's the very current images. Here is Jamaica, right there. You won't see a more perfect eye wall. It would be hard to beat this one, guys. And your colors are changing as you get up in altitude. But again, the further you can move west, the better off Jamaica is. So somewhere, it looks like between central Jamaica and the western tip, you're going to have the eye wall coming through that area. And with a storm this big, and you can see, guys, right here, this is not in black, but you can see where the hurricane force winds are. So they're coming out a good distance. So even with just the tip getting hit, as in the Canadian model, you've got several miles of hurricane force winds. Of course, the strongest are in the center. Guys, and here's a link from windy.com, one of the links on our website. Here's the 9 degrees, right now 152 knots, very strong, powerful storm. They're showing the center going over the western half of Jamaica. Seeing that, I mean, a lot of the area is going to be morning 5 at 7 a.m. in the morning. Okay, 140 knots, not moderate. Right now, 152. That's amazing, 175 knots. And so it's showing the center crossing just east of Black River, cutting across Albert Town, re-entering the ocean around Discovery Bay. Now, if this track holds true, Mandeville, Alligator Pond, Maypen, Linstead, Oco Rios, you're in the northeast quadrant. And if we back it out now, that's going to take a lot out of the storm, but there's still a lot of power. And it shows it coming right here. This would be with the Cuba and a Cat 2, but this very likely we'll see. But again, the 2 is not showing up. Wednesday at 7 a.m. And so we got a 1 coming in Jamaica in the morning. Again, the category 2 is after it passes the land. Guys, we're watching this. You watch it. I'm just trying to get that update up about because of the Democrats refusing to sign off on the spending bill. It's important for several reasons. We'll go through that. Be safe.
I'm going to pray for those guys. So I'm almost legend. I just want to say 2 or 3 things as I thought about it. One is I have no idea why it's taken almost 10 months to get a 102-page document finished and to get the resolution of the acquisition. I think it's inexcusable that it's taken essentially the better part of a year to accomplish a fairly simple thing. You know, maybe it should have taken 3 months or 4 months, but this is inexcusable. And I think it's put a heavy burden on Corey and his team to really go full court press to tell their story. Now, there is, I think Corey's and Marwan and Elliot I'm not going to be able to, Dr. Elliott, I'm not going to be able to pronounce his last name by memory, Harbersham. And the guys at AIP, they've been working. So I do think we're going to see revenue, but I just think it's going to be next week. So I don't know if they're going to name the revenue. They haven't done that yet. But at some point, as they announce deals, even though you don't, not you personally, I'm Almost Legend, but collectively we don't understand that 3,000 companies at Uniserve, 5,000 companies at AIP, I think the other one I showed you yesterday was 14,000. It might have been higher than that. Entities. They're going to be selling, cross-selling conductor across. This is big. But we don't understand it because the shorts keep the stock down. They just press their bets. They're not studying the fundamentals, and they're long gone when it starts going up. And if they get caught, they just walk away from the trade, and their mentor, a guy like Stevie Cohen, takes care of it for them. Because overall, if they're shorting 200 companies a day, they're making money on every single one. And so you take that as, and I'm not picking on any one person, but you take that as meaning something. It doesn't mean anything. What you're looking at with Railtown, and I guess to be fair, this is my hypothesis, but what you're looking at is a stock that if it were in the private equity daisy chain of Wall Street, it'd already be valued at $1.5 billion or higher. Instead, we've got to deal with these numbskull attorneys, and we've got to deal with full disclosure laws. Fair enough. I don't mind that. I just wish the criminals had to deal with security laws themselves. It's not a fair market. So what's going to get the stock price up, I'm Almost Legend, is not what you see in front of you. They're going to continue to short stock. They're going to continue to issue stock that doesn't exist. And as long as these two law firms are unable to conclude their business, apparently the company can't talk. That's the conclusion I draw. Well, once they can start talking, it's not going to be the shorts that control the stock price anymore. It's not going to be you or Eric with his defensive strategy. It's not going to be we. It's going to, I don't know how many days it'll take, because I assume he's already out talking to friendly investors, to inside investors. And maybe he's got some investors under an NDA or a standstill agreement or something. Look that up. You didn't use it correctly. Okay, I didn't use it correctly. But it might take, let's say the attorneys do, like I think, nothing all week. And then at the end of the week, the deal's closed and they have to get home, my daughter's got a recital, and I've got to be home for, I've got a date, whatever. So let's assume they don't do it Friday night. And then Monday morning, they, drop the kids off, pick up a cup of a latte, stop by the, I don't know what they could stop by on Monday morning, but they roll in 8:30, 9 o'clock, and it takes them half an hour to turn on the computer, talk to their assistant, get things going. So I wouldn't count on anything Monday morning either. And if they don't do it Monday morning, they may say to themselves, well, we've got all afternoon. I've got to deal with these other cases first. I got to get this into Judge Johnson by 5. I got to get this filing in by 4:30. I got to get back on this other case. So maybe we won't see the filing of the completion of the AIP acquisition by Railtown finalized until midnight Monday, midnight 01 Monday on the Canadian. That's how I see it happening. I see it happening midnight Monday. And it'll be fit around these attorneys' very important schedule. And I tell you what, I would fit around my schedule if I were the CEO of Railtown. I would give them a call once that's done and said, thank you very much for your service. Please move my files over. We can get it done on time and how in New York City. But hey, I'm just on YouTube. I'm not running the next $40 billion company. So I think I'm almost legend. Let's say that's put out at midnight Monday. Let's say he can start talking to people Tuesday and Wednesday. You know, you could start seeing buying from the meaningful sources by Thursday or Friday of next week. Unfortunately, once it gets toward the end of the week, I would think that the teams at those funds and family offices and et cetera might put it off to the following week. So as long as the stock stays relatively flat during the week, the decisions to buy might be delayed to that second week of November. But man, this has been extremely expensive in the heart of Wall Street funding everything that's breathing. If a startup company in AI could fog a mirror, they gave it $100 million. We've been sitting on our ass waiting for a bunch of attorneys. And that is what annoys me. But, you know, this is not a fly-by-night type company. This isn't a new idea. This isn't, hey, let's get in on AI. This is a company that started roughly 6 years ago, and they're ready, and the revenues are going to be real. The results are going to be real. The multiples will come in. Look, the SoundHound multiples at 35x. It's not at 100 or 150 or 200. You can even argue that SoundHound's not at a bubble valuation compared to the rest if SoundHound has a path to profitability. I have no idea. I don't study SoundHound. But if you use a 35 multiple on Railtown getting to 150 or 200 million in revenue, you know, I guess I should do that with three. Let me do it with, let me do, what, 200 million with 35 multiple. And I guess I should divide that, since I'm including AIP revenue, I'll divide it what I think's the worst case. I don't think Corey's going to go beyond issuing a total of 350 million shares in the company as he rolls up companies. That's my opinion. I think that's the maximum, and it could be a lot less than that. So I'll divide it by 350 million shares, and I think it's a pretty obvious answer. It's a $20 stock price. $20 stock price at a 35 multiple. What if they get 100, 105 multiple? It's possible. That deal that just got priced, they annualized 10 million, annualized 10 million in revenue, and they're priced at a 1.25 billion. That's 125 multiple. What if this is 105 multiple? You've got a $60 stock. It's really exciting, but this waiting is painful, and all we're waiting for is the attorneys to finish their job. I don't know how to encourage them. They've been told their entire life that they're smart, they're exceptional, they're talented, you can have the job just for existing. But they've never been told, you're not good. You got to work for this. There's no urgency. It's just a whole different generation. Anyway. So I guess my frustration with the attorneys is coming across to you, I'm almost legend, that I'm down on the stock. I'm not. We just have to wait another week. And I'm going to guess that the stock will start firming up next week, and we'll have to wait one more week to see a $5 number if it happens. So it's going to be mid-November. It's going to be a Thanksgiving time that I think the stock can get to $1.25 billion valuation, over $1 billion. By that time, they won't have issued any AIP shares. So if it gets to $1.5 billion by Thanksgiving, which I think's the issue here is telling the story. And then the penny drops and they go, wait a minute, this is better than Soundhound? This is better than Lang Chang? This is better than XYZ Corp? We better own some. Yeah, it could be $6.75 by, or call it $6 by Thanksgiving. Anyway, let me go. That's the one I thought I was answering. I'm almost legend. Steve, you are a machine. Yeah, I am. In fact, this is all AI. I'm not here. I'm in Jamaica celebrating my carefully laid out scheme, but unexpectedly, I don't know. I I'd really pray for those people. It would be great if it went to the west, that fishing village with all those men standing around would be spared, I think. And that would be fantastic. Champ. This is awesome. See, that's what your original goal was 40, and you're pressing your investment, which I think is exactly the right thing to do, to allow your emotions, like Eric is, to say, oh, I better be defensive there. For what? The bloody thing, the bloody thing couldn't be cheaper. I suppose it could go back to 30 cents briefly. I don't see how. But at 45 cents, I would, I've been saying this, so it's probably going to be right at some point, but I'll bet it's 450 but at Thanksgiving. That's 10 times this right now. At $9, it's 20x. 675, I guess it's 16x. And you're doing the exact right thing. In my judgment, Champ, Now's the time. It's a little tough to do, but the probabilities are with you. You're seeing the risk. You're buying into the risk. It's not the time to be defensive. It's the time to be aggressive. It's time to concentrate the position. It's time to press the investment. There's nothing wrong with the company. I would imagine they're understaffed because I think things are coming at them from all directions. I think they should have picked a law firm out of New York City or out of Baltimore or out of, I mean, heck, they could have picked a law firm out of France and gotten a better job out of it, or Spain. Have you ever had a law firm in Spain do something for you? It takes forever. But congratulations. I think that's great, Dashamp. I think that's great. Donna M says hello to I'm Almost Legend. I'm Almost Legend says hello. Pete the Greek says ham turned into a sandwich. Wasn't truthful about meeting with Bondi staff. I lost respect for him. G-Bucks 19, yeah, it's gonna run. Pipe dreams. Yeah, girl, now you better run. Yeah, girl, you better run. Well, girl, now you better run. That's terrible. This storm is just terrible. Okay, so they tried every avenue, private charters. They had a seat for one of the couple, but they wouldn't split up. So they didn't have enough seats. I hope they're all safe. And I guess what they have to do is go up the mountain, maybe? Go on the other side of the mountain, other side of the island? Oh, I hope they're safe. I hope they're safe. They're so young. Yeah, it looks like it is going to go. It might even miss the eye, might even, no. It's going to hit Jamaica, but it's not going to hit Kingstown, which is good. All we can do is pray for them. All right, let's keep going. Ward Richardson, good afternoon, William. All of the Railtown crew. I think there's a lot of contracts being signed. Railtown was a big hit at the All-In conference. See, that's good information. Good afternoon, everybody. I think there is a lot of contracts being signed. They were a big hit at the All-In conference. So maybe that's what's taking a lot of time. Ward Richardson, I see NVIDIA, Google, and Amazon were at the All-In conference. In my mind, that means they were hunting. That's a good point. Ward Richardson, I wish RT would get some news out. William needs something to work with. Hurry. That's true. Probably part of it's just being bored with what I keep saying. Ward Richardson, I see Simple Wall Street short-term financial health rating. That's that website. I don't think it's called Simple Wall Street, is it? Maybe it is. Simply Wall Street. Health rating 6 stars. That's pretty good. Eric B, how many shares do you have on your side? We all share our positions on the chat. Yeah, but you don't all share your name. I own Railtown. It's the only thing I own other than, I've got shares of worthless, what do you call it? CRTD, shares of worthless Go Logic. I've got shares of worthless Logic, got shares of worthless. I transferred my MMTLP to NextBridge. I've got some worthless crap, but everything in my account is Railtown. I have been pretty too much information about my account. I lost a lot of money following the theory that Finger was squeezing, GTI was squeezing, CRTD was going to squeeze, that that's vocal. That's been an expensive learning experience for me. So my account is dramatically smaller than it once was. So for me, in order to get back to green, it's a big number for me. I don't think that colors my recommendation, because when I come to my numbers as targets, I do it in reverse. I try to figure out what the revenue could be, assign a multiple, and divide it by a number of shares. For example, if you used from the Railtown conductor side of the equation, if you used, let's say by February 15th from the Railtown side, if you estimated I don't know. If you assume by February 15th that Railtown could, I mean, that's 6 weeks this year, maybe 4 or 5 weeks next year. Let's call it 10 weeks of locking down revenue enterprise sales agreements. They've already got a bunch of them. I agree with Ward. I don't know. Should I say they announce 1 a week, 2 a week, 3 a week, 4 a week on average? How about, I don't know. Let's do it. Let's do it a different way. If they have a pipeline right now of 2 or 3 dozen, they've already announced 5, but let's say they have 2 or 3 dozen sitting there to close and line up. How many could they get announced by February 15th? I think it'd be more than 10. Would it be 24, 25? That's probably too many. If they did 5 in November, 5 in December, which might be pushing it, or 5 in November, 5 in January, which is a 5-week month, and 5 overlapping December and February for the first 2 weeks. That'd be 15. Let's say they announced 15 revenue deals. And how much would each revenue deal on average be? That's tough. Let's say each revenue deal has annual revenue of $2 to $3 million, $2.5 million. Let's just say 2 million. So if by February 15th, Conductor could show forward 12 months of 30 million, what would the roll-up of the network companies by then be? I would assume they'll roll up something by the end of the year, and I would assume they'd roll up something in January. So will they get something? Would they roll up 3 companies, 10 companies? I don't know. But you would think they'd go after the biggest revenue companies first. They have 400 million in revenue in that group of networks. That's tough. If they rolled up 1 company in November, end of November, 1 company in December, 1 company in January, as long as they use different attorneys, and maybe 1 in February, let's say 4 companies. They're not going to go for the small revenue companies. I think you could assume they'll target companies with 25 million, 50 million in revenue. So if they did 4 of them, that could be anywhere from 100 million to 200 million in revenue. Let's just say they're able to roll up 70 million in revenue by February 15th. So that would give 100 million in forward revenue, right? So if I'm estimating February 15th, at forward 12 months, from conductor 30 million, from the roll-up 70 million, you get to 100 million. Well, we just saw on the raise that was just done by Langchang, they paid 125x, or valued it at 125x. Okay, I'm going to give three numbers. I don't know how many shares to use because they won't issue that many shares to get to that revenue. I'll assume they issue 10 million shares of company. That's 40 with 222. That's 260 million. I'll assume 275 million shares. So if you have 100 million times 125, that's a valuation of 12.5 billion divided by 275 million shares. That's a $45 target. If you use a 50x multiple, that's only 5 billion. Divided, I'll use the same 275 million share number as an estimate. That's an $18 price. And if we use SoundHound's multiple of 35, it really isn't quite as exciting, but that's 3.5 billion. And I'll use 275 million shares. I'm going to slightly round that up because I ran out of room here. It comes out to 1273, but I'm going to call it 13. So, Eric, just using this projection, which I didn't know how it would turn out, by February 15th, forward 12 months ARR, if conductor from their backlog can project 30 million going forward 12 months, and in the network of over 400 million, they just roll up 70 million, and they use 275 total million shares. It's 100 million forward 12 months and growing. It'll keep growing. At the Langchang multiple, it's a $45 a share target. At a 50x, which is, I think, conservative, it's an $18 target. At SoundHound's multiple currently, it's a $13 target on the stock. Now, I will tell you, Eric, looking at that chart, for me, unfortunately, to get to the green, it's that number for me. It's that number for me. Some of you will have bought enough shares that these lower numbers will get you to the green. Now, I went backwards and came up with that number. This 100 million, by February, this could be 200 million. It could be 250 million. Easily, easily. So if it's 200 million, this number could be 90. Well, I will have more than made back any losses I had. So I can tell you that. I don't think it's important for me to tell you the exact number of shares I have. Most of you, some of you have given me your names, but most of you don't. And you're not under attack the way I get under attack. And I think it's evident that since the number is high, well, of course, it's what I'm telling you, so you don't necessarily trust it. But it shows that my position is much smaller than I wish it could be, and my account is really puny. So anyway, I'm willing to go that far. I'll think about whether it makes sense. I mean, I can't see any benefit of my disclosing how many shares I have. It doesn't make my advice better one way or the other. I can only think it would invite attacks on me. So all I can tell you is my account is very much diminished from what it was. I've lost a lot of money. So I have followed, Eric, my own advice that I'm giving you. I've concentrated everything into Railtown. I paid, my average price is essentially 35 cents. Maybe I can tell you what it is. Yeah, it's 35 cents. 35 cents, 35.15. So that's my average cost. Uh, I don't know what else to give you. I don't know what else to give you. If I had more money, I would buy more, Eric. And I think, you know, my situation might be different than you. You may have a very large account and all sorts of excellent positions. But that's not my position. My position is if I want to grow my account to something that gives me flexibility and the ability to, you know, perhaps focus on some other things, I think I have to concentrate it all in Railtown. And there's nothing defensive about my deployment of my troops. I am deploying them and I'm putting them all on the field, and they're all headed in one direction. So that's just the only way I see that I can, you know, 20x of a small account suddenly makes it a reasonable sized account. That doesn't get me to the green, but it gets me going. And $45 is 100x. That gets me back. $45 gets me back to having, of course, it's my IRA, so it's mainly focused on my IRA. So it's not like, I can go buy a Lamborghini, which I wouldn't do anyway. But it'll allow me, not as, Eric, not as successfully as you can, but it'll allow me to be my own independent agent again with luck. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I've got until then to do my best. And if it doesn't ever happen, well, then I don't know. We'll face that when we get there. But there is some impatience on my part to get moving, because I happen to agree with Ward. I can't give you any specifics, mainly because I don't know them. But the company, I think, has done their best to get the information out that, by my count, at least 5, maybe 6 enterprise sales agreements have been signed, and I think they're significant. But the stock is still red. Therefore, you must be wrong. I've got to be defensive. I think the fact that the criminals and the shorts are just printing non-existent shares, you should be buying every single share of stock you can. You know what's going on with Railtown. It's all good. The backdrop of the market that Railtown's in is excellent. The amount of money on Wall Street that's going to AI 2.0 stocks is enormous. The market that Railtown is addressing is gigantic. The revenues are growing and growing and growing. And on top of that, there is an arms race to buy companies like Railtown. Little companies that are just starting are valued over $1 billion. And you're taking this time to be defensive? You should be all over this. When I built my position over the last year, 35 cents may look cheap, but it's 9 months, 10 months, 12 months. You can buy the stock here at 43 cents, and you may only have to wait 2 or 3 weeks to get 10x, and then you'll feel confident enough to hold it for 100x. And that's just at 45 bucks. In a buyout, I don't see Corey selling this company at $45 in a buyout. I don't know. Well, we don't have enough information. And it does depend on how many shares are outstanding at that time. So I guess my range of confusion, in other words, do I take it, not take it kind of range, I think it'd be $75 to $125 a share. And if there's a bidding war, I could easily see it giving you 200x or better. But if you want to be defensive, I guess you'll hang on to cash. It'll feel good to have that cash, I guess. Anyway, I think you have a great position, Eric. I don't know your last name. Yeah, I'm going to leave it there now. I'm not going to give you the number. I'm kind of embarrassed by it, frankly. But I don't see any upside to my providing my enemies out there the number. I'm sure it'd be fine with you, but there's others. I just don't see the upside. So I don't think it affects my targets. Um, and, you know, if I were in your shoes judging my advice, the one thing that might color my advice is that I need a high number. And I'm going to be inclined to hold out for that high number. But I think I'm enough of a professional that if the tea leaves show that it's not going to get to such a number, well, I'll accept that at least I move forward and look for the next thing. But I don't think there's many in my career. I've participated in stocks that went up like a rocket, but also came down, as you have if you've been listening to what's been presented to you by some guys here. Uh, I've seen stocks. I was told about Microsoft by a kind gentleman that knew what he was talking about. And I think Microsoft, that was way back in the early 90s. And if I had listened to him, I've watched Microsoft do a fantastic number. A friend of mine told me she was putting all of her institutional accounts in Amazon when it was flat on its back. I've seen that. She also, I think it was MasterCard. It might have been Visa. She was right about that. So I've seen stocks do tremendous moves. I participated in Bank of America from nearly extinct to powerful prices. So I've seen, Eric, a lot of moves in my lifetime, but I really don't see a stock with the setup of Railtown. You've got, if you listen to James Altucher, which you may not care to, he's a bit of promotional. He says that AI 2.0, as he calls it, is a bigger technological revolution than anything that's occurred for 150 years. He says that what the wealth creation ability of AI 2.0 will make crypto look like a ripple. And then he backs it up with a bunch of numbers. Morgan Stanley, my old office, my friend there sent me, I think one of them was internal, but you can find videos from the analysts, and I've shown them here. But Morgan Stanley's projecting a huge asset valuation creation, I guess, in AI space. They didn't use the word AI 2.0. And it's all about shifting from collecting the data and storing it, and then having models that use all of the data rapidly to come up with answers, and shifting it to specific use. I'm using my own language. Specific use models. Railtown does targeted language models such that you start using that data, but you concentrate on specific parts of it and assume the rest, so you can get robots and taxis and other things. You know, female companionship, I guess, is now going to be robotic for the younger generation. Nag, nag, nag. So Morgan Stanley's all for it. And then you're seeing the amounts of money pouring in. You saw Windrift. The deal broke up, I guess, 6-7 weeks ago. And in came one other big company. They bought all the talent for billions of dollars. and then somebody else bought the company that only had a license and for billions of dollars. So you're seeing that it is real. Question is, how long does it last? And there's a debate on that. Altucher thinks we're just in the first inning. Others think that too. There's the boo birds out there that compare it to the dot bomb, but I think it's completely different than the dot bomb. But even the dot bomb, some companies who survived, the internet changed our lives. So we got to be aware of those ebbs and flows and even crashes. But man, Railtown is a screaming buy right now. And it's not time to be defensive. It's a time to be aggressive. And it's time to buy all you can. And I envy your position. You've got a giant position, but I envy the fact that you could still buy more, Eric. I can't. So anyway, that's all I'm going to talk about, my position and what I think. Ward saying that rating was pertaining to certain Canadian penny stocks. Oh, the six, where is it? This one, 6 stars. 6 stars, yep. Dirty Randy. All right, let's see what Dirty Randy says. Honestly, William, if someone needs to sell a couple of thousand shares to pay bills, they have to hit the bid because there is 0 buyers. I know a few people that needed to sell a bit. Yeah, I think there are some real sellers out there, Randy, Dirty Randy. And I think some people have gotten impatient. That's not to imply a negativity about it, but I think people have waited and they've stretched, and it's a shame. And but you have to do what you have to do, and I agree with you. If you have to pay bills or you have other obligations, it just took too long. And it's kind of, in that case, it's kind of like buying a call or an option. You can be right, but then it expires worthless. And then, 3 weeks later it runs. So you just run out of time. And I agree with you, Dirty Randy. I think some people have run out of time and they've probably sold a little bit. But I don't agree with you in one sense. I saw one trade today, 25,000 shares, try to drive the bid down. Somebody came and gobbled it up. I don't think I mean, you're right, there's no bid. But when you look, there's not a large bid. But I think there's some buyers in there. So I think if people sell, they're going to find their shares are gobbled up. And I don't think there's going to be a chance to get back in at these prices for that amount of shares, obviously, if they do. But yeah, I agree with you. I don't know really anybody that sold. Now you told me, so now through you, I'm aware of some. But I think there are people not only trying to hold on until they can cover bills, but they also want to trade some other stocks too. I personally think, but Dirty Randy, I've admitted I don't have the flexibility anymore. My account is small. So, of course, that's always relative as compared to what. But for me, as compared to me, my account is small. And so I don't want to go take the chance on some of the other ideas, although other people know the story. I don't know the stories, so I'm not as confident in those. But that's another reason. If people see something better timing, And the reason I get frustrated is I really do blame it on the attorneys. Maybe I'm unfair, but how the hell does it take almost 10 months to write up a simple document? Is it valuation? Well, how long does it take to value the companies? 45 days on an expedited basis? 2 months? Is it a negotiation back and forth? Is it a disappointment that it's not 50-50 or something? How long does that negotiation take amongst people that want to get it done? It doesn't take 10 months. And then you look at the documents, the press release says something somewhat different than the filing, which says something different than the 4-pager, and then says something different than the document. That's the best they could do. That's where my frustration comes in. Not from people making their own decisions. My frustration comes in that I believe the attorneys should have had, and I'm blaming the attorneys, maybe I'm wrong on that, but I think the attorneys should have had this documentation done and dusted, as they say. I think they should have had it done by the end of the second quarter. That's my opinion. I don't think it should have gone very far into the third quarter. And we shouldn't be halfway through the fourth quarter. I just think it's ridiculous. And it's costing people. And that makes me protective of those people. It's just unfair. The market is the wrong price, and the market is being destroyed because Ann Wagner wants to protect your privacy. The twit. Anyway, you're right, Dirty Randy. You are right. Dirty Randy. I had them holding off for weeks, but Corey had been a mute and appears scared of his own shadow because of the law firm. I think Corey's a rugged guy, and I think he's just about the best Canadian. No, I think he's just about the best CEO we could have in terms of software, which is what I think AI is, and in terms of building products that generate revenue, and in terms of building a company along the lines of what an acquirer is looking for, because he sold one of his previous companies to Microsoft. So I think Corey is a tough hombre, and his whole team. But you're right, I don't understand it. They seem deferential to their law firm to the point that they missed the third quarter and they're about to miss the fourth quarter. That's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. It's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. But out there, people get killed. And that's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. I'm just wondering if anyone here knows what law is being broken. Well, perhaps you'll tell us about your best misdemeanor arrest. There's men out there busting their butts.
We're told to be here at 9 o'clock. We have 50 officers out there to test.
For how many vacancies?
8. We have 5 men and 3 women. Promoted to inspector out of this group.
3 women.
Do you object, Inspector?
Now, who might you be?
Oh, this is Ms. Gray of the mayor's staff. She's here to monitor these examinations. This is Inspector Callahan.
Oh, yes, I know something of Inspector Callahan. And I'd like to tell you, Inspector, it is the mayor's intention that this department be brought more into line with the mainstream of 20th century thought.
Just how does he figure to do that, Mrs. Gray?
Well, for one thing, His Honor intends to broaden the areas of participation for women in the police force.
That sounds very stylish.
I think he also said something about winnowing the Neanderthals out of the department.
Well, I guess we better get on with it. Next applicant. Officer Moore.
Yes, sir.
As you know, this is the final stage in your examination. It's a rather informal test in which we try to get some line on your ability to think on your feet, your reaction to stress and pressure, your ability to apply the law in a hypothetical situation, and so on. Okay?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been on the force?
9 years.
What department?
Mainly personnel and records.
Personnel.
Personnel and records.
Yes, sir.
Harry?
Have you any questions for the applicant?
How fast do you run the 100?
Questions? How fast do you run the 100?
Come on, Callahan. You know how this board functions.
All right, sorry. You know that if you make inspector under the mayor's new guidelines, that you might just be out riding in a police car?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, Officer Moore, maybe you'll tell us all here about your most important felony arrest.
I've never made a felony arrest.
Well, maybe you'll tell us about your best misdemeanor arrest then.
I've never made a misdemeanor arrest either.
Then what the hell gives you the right to become an inspector when there's men have been out there on the street for 10 or 15 years?
The woman's place is in the home. Is that what you're trying to say?
What do you think this is, some kind of encounter group? I want to know what Officer Moore is going to do when somebody points a gun at her and says, "Hit the deck, you son of a
You're
bitch!"
just deliberately trying to fail this candidate, aren't you, Callahan?
Well, if she fails out there, she gets her ass blown off.
It's my ass. And, my hard luck.
Except that out there, you're going to have a partner. And if you get blown away, he gets blown away with you. And that's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish.
Are you finished with the questioning, Callahan?
Hypothetical situation, huh? All right, I'm standing on the street corner, and Mrs. Gray there comes up and propositions me. If I come home with her for $5, she'll put on an exhibition with a Shetland pony.
If this is your idea of humor, Inspector.
All right, what are you trying to do here, Callahan?
I'm just trying to find out if anybody in this room knows what the hell law's being broken besides cruelty to animals.
That's a conspiracy under Title 7, Section 182, Paragraph 1 of the California State Penal Code. A conspiracy to commit a misdemeanor is, in fact, a felony. And according to People v. Bashore,
Yes,
1965...
that's right. Good answer. Thank you, Officer Moore. You'll be notified of your grade.
Hell of a price to pay for being stylish. Donna says good afternoon, Ward. Ward says good afternoon, Donna. Ryan says I tuned in late. What did I say about MMTLP? I haven't changed my opinion on MMTLP, and you probably can get better, more current information because there's always hope by listening to by listening to Junk Savvy on her calls. You can probably get a lot better information. But I think MMTLP, there's three ways to recover your money on MMTLP. One is move your MMTLP to NextBridge. If you have a 5-year horizon, I think, and if Greg can recover from the attacks from the shorts, I think you have a chance to make your money back and good returns. You might have to put up more money, depends, over the next 5 to 10 years in NextBridge. That's one. Two, buy Railtown, and if you can buy silver, maybe platinum, but I think Railtown offers the best opportunity to make back money you lost. You do have to, I think, unlike myself, you do have to have a large enough position to benefit as the stock goes up. I mean, my targets are pretty high, but I think they're low when you look at the metrics. On the other hand, it'd be nice to be in the green at $6, instead of having to wait for $35, $40, $45, depending on how many shares are issued. And the third way I think you can make your money back is if the attorneys in the class action suits being paid for by others, they probably sell off an interest in the settlement. They probably get somebody else to pay the hard costs. If they find fraud, I think there could be massive pain to the brokerage firms, FINRA, from the finding of fraud. But what does that mean to you? I think it means 15 more years. I think it means maybe that shareholders get 20% of the settlement after paying out all the people that financed it. And maybe it's not cash. Maybe it's you get to trade for free for 5 years, or you get institutional research for free, or you win a trip to Las Vegas while no one's there. I don't know. I'm not. That's one avenue that you might get something, but MMTLP, they bought enough time so that it's not believable that you're ever going to get anything from Congress, from the system, from your brokerage firm, from lawyers. You're just not going to get anything from regulators. It's been 5 years or 4 years, whatever it is, and there is no attorney that can make a convincing argument to a judge. There's no lobbyist that can make a convincing argument to a lobbyist that, hey, our clients were cheated out of a short squeeze. That's just a non-starter. It's a complete non-starter. They rewarded Jessica Hopper with a brilliant job when she resigned. The system's not going to let that happen. And no judge is going to be sympathetic. You're speculating? You're in my court asking for speculation returns? That's not going to happen. So she's going to ask, what were your losses? Well, there's no attorney that can convince a judge that you've been cheated out of anything. Why? Because Double D and his minions convinced people not to transfer their MMTLP to Nextbridge. So for the last 4 or 5 years, there's been plenty of stock available at the transfer agent. Anybody who purchased MMTLP had the right to one thing: the right to sell the stock and, if they held the stock, the right to 1 share of Nextbridge. There's so much Nextbridge available that an attorney's going to say, hey, Your Honor, their client had 4 years, 5 years, 600 days. They never asked. They could have it all day. And in fact, Your Honor, my client's still willing to make sure your clients get 1 share of Nextbridge up to that limit. There's no loss there. There's no loss there. And in terms of being able to trade, the government's argument is Thursday was the last day, regular settlement. I think it's a specious argument because you can trade Friday and Monday shortened settlement. But I don't know that a judge is going to go out of her way to say, you or I deserve outsized returns or even our money back if we didn't sell on Wednesday or whatever. I might be getting the dates wrong. Despite Double D's, in my opinion, lies and misrepresentations, there is no value to MMTLP. It's worthless. And it says in the NASDAQ, I think it's in FINRA, frequently asked questions, and it's either on the top of page 2 or 3. I think top of page 2. I can't remember for sure. I have it here somewhere. Over there, maybe. It specifically says it's on the shareholder to request transfer of their shares to Nextbridge. The argument that Double D puts out there that the firms owe you something is just, it's wrong. Just wrong. And I don't think there's any way in hell that anybody, from judges to Congress to brokerage firms, are going to allow you to get short squeeze type of money back. Will they give you your money back? I don't even think that. I don't even think that. If there is some sort of settlement arranged, it'll be to pay the attorneys. I don't think it'll get my number, $8. I don't think it'll get $8 back. But it might get, $1 in coupons at McDonald's and at Exxon or something, or an hour of a free consultation with a Morgan Stanley wealth advisor. I don't think there's going to be anything. So I believe MMTLP is a complete write-off, and the sooner you can accept it, the better off you are. And I guess the three steps I would take: one, I would buy Railtown. Just sit down with a pad of paper, figure out how many shares I need to buy to get into the green. If you have money, pick a number. I think Railtown is more valuable than Soundhound. I think Railtown's as valuable as any company out there, but you don't have to agree with that. If you think it's just as valuable as 500 of the AI companies out there in the private equity chain, a billion, billion and a half, you've got a $5 stock, 10 times your money. So calculate that. If you, the second part of it's related to Railtown. If everything works out and you can hold on and wait for what I think is going to be a buyout, I think Railtown's going to be purchased, and you get your bump in equity in your account, maybe 100x from here, maybe 200x from here. But you get it without having to pay taxes, and you end up with Microsoft stock. That's a hell of a thing. And I think that could happen. And then I think you need to move your shares to NextBridge and stay informed. And I think if you look at it, if you feel like I'm abandoning the fight somehow, I have fought and I'm willing to still fight. But I like results. I don't like floundering. And I think by buying Railtown, you're taking control of your own chances. And I've tried to lay it up. We know as much information as possible, and the wind is at our back in terms of the industry. The key is Railtown going to have revenues? Does AIP have revenues? I've proven to you that the AIP network has massive revenues. But the key is, will Railtown have revenues so their stock price is high enough when they roll up AIP, we have a substantial company? And I think that's going to happen. It's all been held up by attorneys. So you don't see it. It's the nightmare of the American markets. It's just a nightmare. I can't do anything about it. My frustration shows up because of that. And I think it hurts people. Just like when Tony Tap Dancer was telling you all not to buy Railtown because one of the reasons was it had a going concern clause. I got mad at Tony Tap Dancer. It annoys me that it costs people money. Manna being money. I guess that would be my third thing, if it all works out, and let's say in 9 months, some people are going to be gone, but let's say we still have the results of 10 to 14 million in stock going up, and let's say 10 million goes to $50. It's a big number. We could, as a group, working with 100% with Busy Brands, with Junk Savvy, with Patrick, with some of the other names I can't remember right now. we could, with our money, we could go hire our own lobbying firm, a K Street firm, and we can make a campaign out of it when we have $500 million on our balance sheets. So that's how I'm thinking, Ryan. I don't want to be a victim anymore. And they have the system under control. There's no question about it. None. And they're not going to let this MMTLP be the blow that blows up Wall Street. That's my opinion. And the key is time's gone by. A judge is going to say, well, what are the shares worth? They can't, nobody can show that the shares are worth anything. And well, what if this hadn't happened? What would the shares be worth? They can't show it. The other side will say that's speculation, Your Honor. They can't show it. There's no value to the shares. So they won. They won. Just like they won with Finger and GTII, and like they win in all the cases. And then CEOs like Jeremy, well, you can't prove it, can you? No, can't really prove it. But the evidence is before your eyes. Yeah, but anyway. And then he did the mother of all reverses, 500 to 1. That sure helped him out. I hope no one's going to ever check, but I hope he didn't get backdoor payments, you know. Julie Kim, Pete the Greek, how about his visit to Singapore or Shanghai? How long are you going to be in Shanghai? Is it true or not? Ward Richardson, I wonder how much these lawyers are making on this merger. I don't think enough. It's a very small amount of money. I pulled it up. I don't think they're being paid more than like 10 grand, 15 grand a quarter. It's not enough. Maybe that's why they're getting this result. They're reasonably priced, but they're doing, you know, a reasonable amount of work. I don't know. Is it worth it? It only costs you. I'll look up those numbers. I'll try to find it again for tomorrow. If I do it now, it takes too long. But yeah, I can't quite remember the number. It wasn't big. I think they received in a quarter what I've been in situations where attorneys have a couple of conference calls and receive 10 grand because they bring everybody on the call and they accrue it, you know, and then they give you a discount. My issue with the attorneys isn't how much they're making. My issue is they're just bloody ineffectual. But I could be wrong. I mean, the document, like the 4-page document, when I read it, I thought this is well done because if somebody signs it, it's tight. There's very little way that they can take back their vote. So in that sense, the company can get to the vote with confidence. My guess is they've already done it, Ward. I don't see why anybody would vote against this merger. So I think we're just waiting, unfortunately, for procedure to play out. And it's annoying to me. But doesn't mean I'm right. It's a friction that always existed previously on Wall Street between production and compliance, between sales and operations. It's an ongoing problem. But if you didn't speak up, you're going to lose the account. You had to move forward to produce. You couldn't let the compliance keep you from producing, because they're going to have their job. So you had to keep in there and fighting, and that's kind of, I guess, how I grew up. Julie Kim, lawyers get paid by the hour, and this has gone almost 1 year, so I think they'll retire when this is done. I don't think they're getting that much. I'll see. I did read it out to you. I printed out their financials, and I think that was in August. I'll have to look it up again, but it'll take too long now. I'm Almost Legend. AI's response to if Railtown is missed. That's a very good question. Pretty smart. Has Railtown missed the AI investment wave? The AI says not yet. If they can close the merger deal soon or shortly after October 31, that's day 25 there. That's what it says from the approval deadline. If the merger finalizes within a week or two after that, they're still in time to ride the current AI market momentum. Bravo. I love that. That's great. I never think of asking that. That's pretty good. So now what? Hey, Bill and gang. Paul. Paul's YouTube videos. Paul YT videos. How are you? Richardson. William, I listened to James Altucher. He is big on disruptive companies. Yes, he's big on himself too, but I like him. He's smart guy. Hi, Sir Bill. It's PS 71. Okay. New, not new. Just got a new phone. Don't know what the hell is going on or why. I have no hope of figuring out either. There is no service, guidelines, nothing. Just avoid. Sounds like you gotta. I'm like that when I get something. I watched something about. There's this new mini computer by NVIDIA. Looks great, $4,000. But man, you got to set it up yourself. It's not. I'm like, I'd rather get something cheaper. And I just pull it out of the box, plug it in. There's from your old phone. Okay. I feel sorry for the young. There's nothing that even resembles customer service. Yeah, I know. Remember, you could call in? You can't even call anybody. It's very frustrating. I think that's one thing I would do to differentiate myself if I had a company. I mean, I suppose there's advantage to having the computerized voice, but I'd make sure everybody could talk to someone. Is it worth me having me look up what the attorneys are making? Or that's not really that big an issue? It's 6:30. See if there's any. We're going to war with Venezuela. There's collateral there, boy. I'm just looking to see if we're at war or any other important thing. And then I'll probably sign off. S&P is less than 1% away from gamma slingshot higher. This is the melt up. Wow. The Attorney General race in Virginia is turning Republican, but the governor's race looks like it's solidly for the blonde. Oh, wow. No, looks like we're not at war. That's good. He's good. All right, I don't have anything else to say, I don't think. So I'll come on again tomorrow. And we just, as far as I'm concerned, we just have to make it through this week. I think Friday the AIP deal will close by definition. And then Friday night, Monday morning, Monday night, they'll file it. And then from Tuesday onward, I think we'll start seeing revenue deals being announced. What volume, what size, will they actually put revenue numbers in it? I don't know. But what's important is that Corey will be able to get out and talk to institutional investors, that and whales and insiders. That's what's going to put this on the map. And then, of course, if he can talk to research, Canaccord maybe comes out with research. Maybe this this other company comes out with research, and maybe one of the other brokerage firms comes out with research. That would be great. So I think we're almost there. I know I've said that for a while, and I know I show my frustration so you don't have to, but we'll get there. It's only a week away, I think, and then it's going to be inexorably upward. We'll start learning how many shares, what's the revenue, what's the fair multiple, all of that we'll start seeing, and we can narrow down our projections. But I really think what's ahead is going to be exciting. So Donna says, have a good evening, everyone. And I say that as well. And let's say a prayer for all those people in Jamaica and Cuba and elsewhere in the path of that hurricane. So good night, everyone.